All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Allison Jia, and I'm a senior studying biomechanical engineering and pursuing my master's in computer science on the artificial intelligence track at Stanford University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bridget Ajari, and I graduated as a part of the class of 2024 from the University of California, Berkeley, where I earned my bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and computer science.
Thank you. Today, Bridget and I have managed to put aside our school rivalry and welcome you all to the Joint California Summit on Generative AI. As we all know, AI is rapidly changing the world we live in, and once again, the world is looking to California as we lead this new tech revolution. Having both grown up and gone to school in the Bay Area, Bridget and I would love to open today's discussion with some reflections from our perspective as both university students and homegrown Californians.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am very proud to say that I attended Bay Area public schools from elementary school all the way through university. And at UC Berkeley, the #1 public university in the world, the atmosphere surrounding AI is one of excitement and optimism. However, we are also aware that we need to take careful and thoughtful approaches to integrating AI into society. I'm appreciative to have had the opportunities to take many courses that challenged me to learn the mathematical and theoretical foundations of AI and machine learning. However, at Berkeley, many of my conversations about generative AI and AI have not all been purely technical. In my education class, we discussed the implications of the different ideologies that are pushing for AI innovation. And during my time as a teaching assistant, we discussed how to define appropriate and inappropriate uses of generative AI by students. I have also had many conversations about generative AI with my mom, who is a librarian at a community college here in the Bay Area. Like others, I am sure, she was feeling a bit of the anxiety that generative AI could replace her in her job. But she started taking a prompt engineering course, and she learned how generative AI tools such as ChatGPT could help aid her in her job. And now she is more comfortable with generative AI, and she is better equipped to engage in productive conversations about the future of these technologies. I share these stories to highlight that today, the conversations about generative AI are happening in many different contexts across the different sectors of California society. And so AI literacy and making sure that people are educated about AI are very important for California's future.
Similarly, at Stanford, AI is the biggest topic of discussion in any field, especially those relating to technology. I initially came to Stanford solely focused on my dreams of developing medical technology, and though I'd learned about AI in high school, thanks to my Bay Area upbringing, it really wasn't until Stanford until I understood the true magnitude of the impact that AI could have on human health. On one hand, when harnessed for good, AI really held the key to unlocking things like precision medicine, improved diagnostics, and rapid therapeutic development. AI-powered robotics could enable things like surgery or power prostheses to help amputees regain lost limb function. But on the other hand, poorly trained and poorly designed and biased AI could really exacerbate existing health disparities, and when harnessed maliciously, AI could even be used to develop dangerous biological agents. My understanding of the dual nature of AI was informed by both the embedded ethics components of my computer science courses at Stanford, as well as perspectives from policymakers and leaders in national security through my experience as a teaching assistant and student researcher. Conversations with my peers around campus across various disciplines really ranged from AI will break us all to AI will save us all, leaving me simultaneously shocked but also excited about what the possibilities of a future with AI could hold. Yet regardless of whoever I talked to, everyone could agree on one thing, that AI was here to stay. And the question remained, how can we reap the tremendous benefits that AI has to offer while proactively guarding against misuse and abuse? My commitment to safeguarding our generation's future with AI led me to apply to Stanford's Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, or Stanford HIE's, Tech, Ethics, and Policy Fellowship, where I'll be serving as an AI Fellow for the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs this summer. I'm extremely appreciative to Stanford and HIE for giving students like me the opportunity to engage in conversations and legislation that will shape the future we end up in.
Serving as the president of UC Berkeley's chapter for the National Society of Black Engineers and witnessing the systemic issues that underrepresented minority students face at educational institutions have sparked my interest in AI in education. Specifically, I'm interested in using AI to make education more accessible and inclusive for those from historically marginalized groups. In March, I visited Stanford to present my research at the AAAI Symposium on Increasing Diversity in AI Education and Research, and our work focused on creating classroom interventions for equitable learning. One systemic issue that we noticed was that underrepresented students struggled to find study groups to work with in their classes. And so, we created an intervention that algorithmically matched students into study groups. Our other intervention integrated AI research mini-projects into course curriculum in order to combat the accessibility issues in getting AI education research as an undergrad. I look forward to continuing similar work when I start my PhD studies in Illinois in the fall, and I'm also excited to engage in conversations, related conversations later today in the summit.
After reflecting with Bridget, what I found most fascinating is that we both have interests in fields that are seemingly independent of AI, mine in medical and health technology and hers in education. But somehow we both found our way to studying AI and are here together opening the joint California Summit on Generative AI because we truly believe in the potential of AI to really revolutionize our respective fields. And to me, that really represents the true promise of AI, the ability to augment and improve any sector of society. But to do so responsibly and ethically really requires us to address difficult questions to ensure the technology we develop is centered around the human values that we care about most. And the inherent cross-cutting nature of AI means that not one single group can do this alone. Today, we're honored to have members of government, civil society, industry, and academia join us here as we work together towards building a positive future with AI.
Drawing from our personal experiences at Stanford and Berkeley, and given the panel topics for today, Allison and I curated a few questions for you all to keep in mind as you move throughout the day. Our first question is, what does AI literacy look like for the different demographics of the California population?
Our second question is, how might we involve community stakeholders in the development process to ensure that AI is deployed safely and equitably? And while AI solutions are often given priority, especially here in the Bay Area, how might we also consider building up our non-AI solutions like data and infrastructure accessibility? And finally, how can we all work together to ensure that California is leading in creating a future of AI that benefits us all?
And with those questions, we want to give you all a final welcome to the Joint California Summit on Generative AI, and we hope you all have a valuable experience.
We would now like to welcome two incredible leaders to the stage. First, Dr. Fei-Fei Li, the Denning co-director of the Stanford Institute for Stanford Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence.
And Dr. Jennifer Chase, the Dean of the UC Berkeley College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. Please join us in giving them a warm welcome.
Aren't they awesome? I know, I'm not calling this, but aren't they awesome? Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Joint California Summit on Generative AI. I'm Jennifer Chase, the founding dean of the first new college at Berkeley in over half a century, the College of Computing, Data Science, and Society.
Hi, I'm Fei-Fei Li. I'm the Sequoia Professor of Computer Science at Stanford, also the founding director of Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI.
Thank you, Bridget and Allison, for your opening reflections, which were amazing. We felt it fitting that we begin the day by hearing from a couple of our future leaders. Your remarks remind us of why we are all here today, to discuss the future of AI. and to discuss ways that we can ensure that that future that we are building with generative AI puts humanity first.
Well, we're very proud to be before you all today as leaders of our respective institutions. It was our honor to be named in the governor's executive order back in September 2023 to co-host this joint California summit on generative AI and to be joined by our partners at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development and California Government Operations Agency.
And perhaps most importantly, we want to thank you all for being here. A significant reason why California, yes, I'm going to thank you all for being here. Okay, so a significant reason why California is the leader in the development of AI, it says a leader, but we are the leader in the development of AI, is because of all of the great minds we have committed to AI here in California. We have robust capital markets that understand what innovative companies need to thrive. We have talented researchers and technologists who push the boundaries of what is possible, including our future leaders and technologists. We have an engaged civil society that brings crucial perspectives to the conversation. And we have an informed government that listens to its people, our communities, and proactively collaborates.
And of course, California is one of the strongest networks of academic institutions in the world, especially when it comes to AI, training talents at the forefront of AI innovation and curiosity-driven research. And you just heard from Bridget and Allison as two great examples. We share the belief that a cross-disciplinary approach is essential to building AI that benefits everyone. And this ranges from medicine, biology, education, law, history, political science, engineering, and much more beyond. Our state provides the ideal platform to turn this vision into reality, but it does require concerted effort and collaboration from all stakeholders and all sectors.
So throughout the day, we will explore generative AI in several critical areas. First, how can government agencies leverage GenAI for the public good? We heard some examples, but how do we actually put this into practice? What is the impact of GenAI on California's workforce? How do we ensure that it is a positive impact to everyone? And what is the right ecosystem and infrastructure to support GenAI innovation?
And we'll also have the opportunity for some smaller discussions this morning and afternoon via different breakout sessions, coffee breaks, as well as we really hope you have an opportunity to bring your perspective to this dialogue at this such critical historical moment. So we're really excited about the conversations and collaborations that will emerge from today's summit. And thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Zhang, the Senior Manager for Policy Initiative at Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, along with my colleague, Meredith Lee from UC Berkeley. And on behalf of the organizing team, thank you for joining us. It's my pleasure to welcome the moderator of our first session of the day, the California's Opportunity Landscape, DJ Patel. DJ is inaugural Dean Senior Fellow at the UC Berkeley College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. He's an entrepreneur, investor, scientist, and a leader in the public policy, and has held senior roles in industry, academia, and government, including chief scientist and chief security officer at LinkedIn. He was appointed by President Obama to be the first US chief data scientist where his efforts led to the establishment of around 40 chief data officer roles across the federal government. So please join me and give a warm welcome to DJ.
All right, we trade the mics. Okay, so we got an action-packed lineup here. So I'm just going to ask the panelists to come all up here. We have Jason Elliott, Mariana Iskander, and Lewis Stewart joining us. So please come on up, and we're going to have we'll have Lewis here,
Yep.
Mariana next, and Jason over at the end. So as we're getting started, I'm really excited for this panel, and let me tell you a little bit of why I'm so excited about this. So the first is to tell you a little bit about these people. There are some amazing people here in California government who don't get enough credit for what they do. I got to see this firsthand during COVID. Jason was helping lead the charge on so many things. Mark Galley in the audience. We spent way too many nights up trying to figure things out. And so incredible public servants who are here. And Jason embodies so many of those dimensions as Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Newsom, who will be here later today. He advises the governor on many policy areas. You've seen it during the COVID pandemic. He's done a tremendous amount on policy issues around housing, homelessness, and just tons of effort also for the city of San Francisco, as he worked with both Mayor Lee and then Mayor Newsom, as well as the current mayor, Leonard Breed. So Jason's going to give us a huge amount of insight in how government is currently thinking on these things. Mariana is a hero of mine. If your kids or you ever touch Wikipedia, you need to thank her. Like the reason, and she is on the forefront of an incredible amount of challenges, because how do you keep a system as complex as Wikipedia up to date? How do you think about all the challenges, the community that's there, as well as she's on the front lines of information warfare around misinfo, disinfo, that as people try to push these systems in there. So it represents a large portion of the community. And Lewis has got this incredible, exciting vantage point that he's done, and also has delivered a tremendous amount for the state of California. He's currently the head of strategic initiatives at NVIDIA, but he's also done a rich amount of public service, including the Department of Motor Vehicles. He's a first chief information officer for Sacramento, and he's currently a board member of the California Council for Science and Technology. Did I get that right? It's Council for Science and Technology, right?
Yes.
And so we have these three here today to talk through this. And so I think the place to start is just to ask each of you, because you have such unique things, and Lewis, maybe we can start with you, is what does Gen AI for the public good really look like? We talk about it, we say it, but what's that mean?
It's actually a large, complicated question, and I think you heard some of that from Allison.
We like to start early.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping you started with Jason too. So you heard a little bit from Allison and Bridget of kind of the complexities that are involved. And so from my perch, having worked in government for 13 years and now moving to the private sector, you look at AI and generative AI in particular as a way to augment what's actually possible today, right? And streamline efficiencies. And you could do good when it comes to climate, you can do good when it comes to energy. But more than anything, having, again, worked in government, you can do good for the workforce. You can good for the citizenry of California. And I think that's the number one thing that we should actually be looking at, is how we do good for the 40 million plus people that live here using the technology. And so you won't hear me, even though NVIDIA is a heavy engineering, heavy research company, you won't hear me just leaning into that, because it is a multidisciplinary thing. It's important that all people have access to all of it. And so it's important to train up folks. And so public good means, how do you help underserved communities? How do you help the research? How do you help innovation in the state? How do you help job creation? How do you use it just to make your life easier? And myself use it daily, actually getting two certificates for prompt engineering right now, just so I can understand how the technology is evolving, even though I work in at NVIDIA. It's one of those things where I need to understand what the engineers are talking about, so then I can actually go translate it out in the community, so that public good can continue and you start lowering the fear barrier that's out there when it comes to this technology.
So as your prompt engineer here, none of these questions were AI generated, just for clarity.
That's fair.
Let me stay on this for a second, Louis, because you are going into this company, NVIDIA, which has found itself in the nexus of things. You bring this rich public service background, all this experience. You're working with a whole bunch of technologists who may not have the exposure to these problems. How do you do your job?
So that's I was actually just talking to my intern about that on the way up. It's an interesting cross-sector because NVIDIA's been in California for 30 years. But there isn't the muscle memory to work with a state, especially a state the size of California. So it's really been 3.5 years of translating government speak to industry and helping folks on both sides understand what the needs are and how to do the public good. So it's taken 3.5 years to get this job to a place where NVIDIA understands its impact on the future of work, on the future of education, on the future of innovation in the state. And so how do I do my job? It's fun, but sometimes it's a little stressful, right? Because the translation thing is rough. But at the same time, once you get people understanding and nodding their head, the doors kind of open and allow you to have conversations with great folks like Jason and Amy from GovOps and Dee Dee from GoBiz. And it doesn't hurt that I used to work at GoBiz, right? So I understand how the framework works and those things go. So we're able to move a whole lot better, which is why it makes it fun, right? You get to work with some old friends and get to do good for the state.
Thank you actually for mentioning Amy Tong, another hero of mine. And people don't realize how critical she was for so much of the infrastructure around COVID and at much personal risk for her own health safety as she was working on those problems. Maybe with that, we'll actually go to Jason. We'll go to you next, just in case you thought you were going to get the time. Jason, how do you think about public good, GenAI for public good, especially from the vantage point that you've had working so closely with the governor, also being deep on the city level? What's the guidance to everybody on how you see it?
The government exists to do public good, so to some extent, it's the 9 to 5, it's the 24/7. That's, I think, too easy of an answer. Someone told me, maybe it was even someone in this room, so I'm stealing from you. Access to GPUs will be the new access to broadband, which was the new access to reading and literacy, which was the new access to tools. And you can go back and back and back, but the idea of being able to do public good with any new technology, and generative AI especially, is having access to the tools to then drive equitable outcomes in education and employment, to drive better outcomes for environmental protection and addressing climate change, and all the sort of downstream end use benefits that Louis and our students talked about. But I think really from a government perspective, if access to that technology is limited, then the public good will be limited. So how do we think about access to GPUs? Obviously, as a stand-in for something larger, but how do we think about access to GPUs as the enabler and the key that unlocks a lot of public good? Because if it's reserved to a few who can afford it, who are able to interact with the technology because they're tech literate, we will not do as much public good as we can. So just thinking about access to the technology, I think is really important to keep in mind.
Well, let me ask a quick follow on that. How many employees for the state of California?
Amy, how many? 250,000 maybe? 300,000? Amy will know the answer to that question.
So let's call it a lot.
256? There we go.
256,000. Wow. So how do you wrangle?
You talk to each one individually for an hour. It's a little time consuming.
Now we know what you've been up at night.
Right. So the next question, what keeps me up at night about this technology? Yeah.
Right. Well, look, how do you wrangle like all the constituents across a workforce of that size?
Yeah, it's a good question. So you can take that question in two ways. The first is in a more traditional sense, which is how do we engage with our labor partners? And I think that there's an entire panel about that later today, so I want to leave space and respect that that's the conversation that's going to happen there. It was very important to Governor Newsom to do labor discussions on this technology in a way that's different than has been done in the past. Really engaging early, often, and in a substantive way. How does this technology work for you? I mean, I'll give a bad example. I sometimes use some of the chatbots to, come up with a recipe when I have a few ingredients in my kitchen, and sometimes the chatbot spits out something. It's like saute the onions and put in the chicken. I got that. Yeah. But if there's something, but sometimes it comes up with a really interesting new idea that I hadn't thought of. The same is going to be true for some of the technology we're deploying to Caltrans. Maybe this is telling our Caltrans engineers, chop the onions and saute them. We don't need a massive procurement for that. Or maybe it's going to come up with an entirely different way of making that dish. And I think it's more interesting if we can do sort of user feedback and arrive at that second example, the new. So that's the first way to think about that, is engaging with our labor partners. I think the second way to think about that is how do we engage the workforce? Look, the 256,000 people that work for the state of California have jobs, and they're passionate about those jobs. And most of the time, they're very good at those jobs. And what we need to do is create space for those public servants to do those jobs. So if they're regulating safety on the roadways or regulating safety across the medical boards, et cetera, this is a new opportunity and threat to some of the things that they're already empowered and responsible for doing. So it's about respecting their authority and knowledge and wisdom in those jobs, and telling them, okay, go out and do your job, and go forth and conquer with this new thing on the landscape.
So let me just to stay on that for just a quick sec. I think some people out in the public might think like, hey, as we're thinking about budget planning, resource trade-offs, just give that problem to AI and figure it out. Mm-hmm. Why is that a good or a bad idea?
That's sort of the question of, I think, probably the entire day today, so I don't want to presuppose the answer. But number one, it's important, and I think Amy and others will talk about this in some of their comments later today, keeping a human in the loop at all times, especially when it comes to the services the government provides. We are not optional to people who are on Medi-Cal. We are not optional to people who are in our correctional facilities. We are not optional to people who are in the foster system. They don't have a choice to go from MasterCard to Visa. We're it. And as a consequence, I should also mention, it's not optional that you must pay your taxes. So these things are, we have a monopoly. And when you're a monopolist in this sense, I think it comes with a higher degree of responsibility to do good, and, dare I say, in a room full of technologists, move maybe a little bit more slowly to make sure that you're not making mistakes, because those mistakes have consequences when people can't go shop somewhere else.
We like to say move purposely and fix things.
Move purposely and fix things. I like that. I will be stealing that.
Yeah. Mariana,
Yeah.
we'd love for you to kind of expand on this question of how you think about public good, because you are a public good. You're a critical infrastructure in my mind.
Yeah.
If Wikipedia disappeared today, my kids wouldn't know what to do tomorrow. You're intrinsic. So how are you thinking about it? And by the way, Mariana flew all the way from Johannesburg to be here. So thank you.
Pleasure. Well, I just want to say two things about Wikipedia being built as a public good. I assume many of you may use it, but very few people really understand that it's a top 5 globally trafficked website run by a nonprofit. It is community sourced. It gets 15 billion device visits a month, so roughly twice the population of the whole Earth a month, in 332 languages, with 300,000 people who are like eyes and ears of humanity, trying to make sure that what's there is accurate. In the context of today, the data is suggesting that for pretty much every large commercial model, Wikipedia is the single biggest source of training data, freely licensed, free to everybody, free to use. And so I think Jason took one important word out of my mouth, which is, I know we're here to talk about technology, but I'm going to talk a lot about humans, because I think that the principles that have led to our thinking on GenAI are really three. The first is that if this technology is not sustainable, and some of that sustainability, frankly, is keeping humans motivated to continue to create content and add to the corpus of knowledge that is going to help the machines continue to know what to do. And that sustainability is about attribution for their work. That sustainability is about what motivates them to continue to want to do that in this new world. I think there's a second principle around equity, which is, at least for now, ChatGPT is telling you what Wikipedia is telling it, but Wikipedia is still in need of information. There are so many untold stories, untold versions of history, untold narratives that have to get added in order for, frankly, these models to continue to be equitable in what they share. And so I think that principle of equity is really important. And the third one is, for me, so obvious, which is, if this work is not done transparently and in the open, it can't be a public good. That is, like, by definition. We have principle at Wikipedia that the humans are in the loop on every single machine learning model and any use of a bot in any way. And I think that that can be taken further. I mean, our head of machine learning, who DJ knows well, will often live stream his work and his coding and his ticketing system and show you exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it and explain it. And so I think in an environment in which lots of people say that can't be done, I guess I'm here to say it can be done, and it is being done. And so trying to really insist on more transparency and openness of how these models get used and built is the only way for the public to be served.
If you're willing to, could you take us a little bit inside how you navigate this complexity at Wikipedia? Because you're a lot of times I think we, here obviously as the 5th largest economy in the world in the state of California, we kind of look out and kind of look at the world. You're looking at the world at a complete holistic global view. How do you think about what is the lens or the advice that you have when you look at this holistically from around the world?
Well, I'd like to offer maybe principles that then could be useful to others, and again, in sort of your own work, that I think are lessons Wikipedia has to offer the world of GenAI as it grows, right? So one of those is that it's important that I say this. Wikipedia is an encyclopedia, so it's not a social media platform. Your personal opinions actually don't have space there, because the principle of verified, neutral, reliable sources is a kind of founding principle. And I think that, again, can apply in lots of other spaces as well. Like, what are the sources of information that can be trusted? And what we're seeing in a world in which disinformation and polarization, particularly this year when more humans are eligible to vote in elections than any prior year in human history, is that knowledge isn't just what's there, it's the trust in the production of it. Like, what is the process by which we come to the information that then sort of gets used? And I think that's essential. I also would say that we have a few features that may be unique to Wikipedia, but I'd offer them for the conversation today. So when you go to Wikipedia, there's an article. Sometimes you read the article, and what you may not notice is there's a talk page. It's a little tab. If you go to the talk page, what's listed there is every single thing, every edit that's been made, every source that's been cited, every debate that's being had, and so that the logic of trusting what's on the front page can come from your own assessment of what's on the second page, right? And again, as a principle of, like, let's explain how we got to the thing, I think as a way of building trust in these systems and building trust in these processes is really important. The last thing that I want to say, I know we're in California and we're in the United States, but I want to say to you that the internet, as we may experience it, looks like it's in English, but the world is not. And so if you look at the fact that 7% of the internet is in Arabic, a language spoken by 400 million people, these models are getting trained mostly in English. They're not serving a global community. And I think that that's something, frankly, leaders and innovators in this space also have to care about and keep in mind.
Well, let's go to because this panel is really about opportunity. And so let's turn to that. And Mariana, maybe we'll start with you and stay with you for a second. Where do you think, if you had the magic wand and you could align the resources out there, starting here with the state of California, what's the magic wand moment to say, let's go after that problem, because boy, that's the opportunity landscape?
Well, I reflected on the comment, Bridget, that you made about young people feeling enthusiastic and energetic, because honestly, technology, I believe, is intended to be a force for good. It's our job to make it that, right? And so it's like, how does technology make our lives better and easier, more equitable, and all of those things? And I actually think that ensuring that public infrastructure that is digital remains at the forefront of how we think about this landscape, right? So things that are freely available for everyone, freely licensed for everyone. And the second component is really what I said earlier, DJ. The opportunity is that the sum of human knowledge needs all of us, and getting more people energized to ensure that the digital infrastructure like genuinely represents humanity. That's what we've got to chase. Great.
Lewis, opportunity, magic wand. No. You control all the resources of NVIDIA, obviously. In all seriousness, you have such a vantage point. Where would you like us to align the resources?
So it's an interesting question. I think Mariana hit a few of them, because I think the greatest opportunity right now is to solve the climate challenge that's happening. The other piece that I would probably say is the education side, right? The way to empower all learners everywhere to increase their ability to thrive in a new economy and a new innovation ecosystem. Because I tell people all the time that honestly, if you're not in this over the next couple of years because of the speed at which the technology is driving stuff, you're going to get left out, and that's globally. That's not just in the U.S. But if you are on the sidelines, if you're hanging out, and it's not a good place to be. The greatest opportunity right now is to convert all underrepresented folks from being consumers of the technology to actually being producers, and being involved in what comes next, the training of models, the products that are out there, the companies that are started, just having your voice heard, I think is probably the greatest opportunity that I would lean into right now.
How do we connect that a little bit for us? How do we get people to not just be the product, but actually producing the product?
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of the learning that we have at NVIDIA, I'll just use our company for example, it's really focused around master's and PhD level developers. So for us, it takes partnerships with colleges, other education partners, to lower the barrier to entry, and to create that access and opportunity. So working with the colleges, working with the community colleges, working with state government to find a way to make this technology translate to folks that are being upskilled and reskilled, to students that are coming up, to the mom and pop shops that can actually use AI to do their social media so they have more business coming in. Just really getting to a place where you get folks to understand what AI is and what it isn't, and what it can be, right? So you have to do what Jason does and go talk to the 256,000 people for an hour at a time, to get them to understand, like, look, this is here, this is coming, here's what you can actually do, and demonstrate it for them. It's this weird thing where, for some reason in Sacramento, I'm the ChatGPT guy, so I do seminars for small business, which isn't anything that I want to do. But I happened to be on a panel once, and I started asking all the startups that were pitching, because they were asking for money for this and for that, and I'm like, have you actually used ChatGPT to model some of this stuff and save some money? And all the entrepreneurs, they were all black business owners, and they were like, yeah, no, we haven't even played with ChatGPT. And I'm like, you may want to start there before your next pitch, because it can actually help you develop your pitch. It can help you make the ask. It can do a whole lot of stuff that you're sitting here asking money for. that, you may actually get done so the money can be put to better use.
I also want to thank you for mentioning the community college system here.
Absolutely.
We have a phenomenal one here in California.
Absolutely.
For those that don't know, I started off in a community college, so you can go all the way from the community college to the White House, and so that's a real path. Jason, talk to us about you're actually been aligning the resources of California. This event is part of that. Where's our opportunity from where you sit?
First of all, shout out to both Stanford and Berkeley for, number one, producing this event in partnership with the state. But there's a lot of other work we do with those institutions that's not this event. How many times we bother them for advice and questions, and we don't understand this, and help us think through this, and what about this as a solution, and being honest thought partners. So that's a huge opportunity. We have the two best research institutions in the entire world, both of which you can get to on a train from here. That is an opportunity. So we have to appreciate that. I think in the sort of traditional way of answering your question, maybe it's not exactly a government. We have a lot that we're doing around procurement, and I think there's going to be a number of discussions about that later today. But I'll just say this is not exactly a government thing, but it sort of is. We've had the opportunity to meet with a number of startups that are on the app layer, from 1 or 2 kids, and I say kids, they're 17, to a couple of grads from some of these universities. And I'm going to tell you 2 stories that I think, in my mind, really illustrate it. And I happened to meet both of these groups of founders on the same day, and they're in their early 20s. All these people I'm going to describe. There was one group. It was 2 women, and their pitch was, we want to do what One Medical does for people with means for people on Medi-Cal. That's our goal. Predictive forms, reminding you about prescriptions, booking an Uber for you to get to your doctor's appointment, et cetera, et cetera. I love that as an idea. What can and should the government do? And Dr. Galley is here, and I think leading panels and discussions today. What can the government do without absolving ourselves of our responsibility to follow the law and protect people? What can we do to enable that kind of technology so that, again, access to GPUs isn't restricted to those who have money? So that's one example, and there are hundreds, there are thousands. These are 2 young women in their early 20s who are pioneering this work. And then I met another set of founders, 2 guys, again in their early 20s, and they're technologists, and they're hardcore computer science guys. And they have developed a technology that helps warehouses in the Midwest optimize their logistics. Well, you guys are from the Bay Area. You went to Stanford. What are you doing logistics optimization? Well, we had all these other ideas, but this is the one where there was a business case. And I just think about that, and it's great. And I'm happy for whatever. I hope they're successful, and I hope they sign up lots of clients. But what if we steered those young people in a 4-degree different direction, and what kind of technology could they be pioneering? Could they be on a track towards something that is profitable, like One Med for people on Medi-Cal or whatever? And, I think the direction that we steer people in the very beginning of this stage, when they have a million ideas and don't understand that failure, there's a formative moment there. And what can government and what can the private sector and what can academia be doing to just 1 or 2 degree shift in the very early stages to create a lot of public good? Because these are the smartest people in the world that are coming to California to start these companies. The smartest people in the world are choosing to work on generative AI in the Bay Area. Okay, so what is our collective responsibility, or collective opportunity, maybe is a better word, to steer them in a direction that creates public good?
Thank you. Mariana, you've galvanized one of the largest communities in the world to create this unbelievable resource. As you can imagine, like, people are using, the different ChatGPT-esque solutions bar, pick your favorite one there, to just put content in Wikipedia. But also at the same time, you have so much other places where you could use this technology. So how do you navigate the opportunity and trade-offs that could happen here?
Well, I think that the premise of trying to create a public good is that there are trade-offs, right? So if the choice is to keep things out in the open. It's available for everyone as they wish and choose to use it. What I really go back to, and I should say that as the CEO of the Wikimedia Foundation, really my core job is supporting these 300,000, growing volunteers all over the world in the work that they do to keep the content accurate, neutral, verifiable. Wikipedia has a few core pillars that I think create the right litmus tests about, what is okay and what's not okay. It always has to be free. That is a core fundamental principle, and I think in an internet where pretty much nothing's free anymore, holding on to that means that, you earn less revenue as an organization because people can take your stuff and do something with it. But I think that's a trade-off our volunteers are willing to make, and it's our job to find the solutions to make that remain the case. It has to stay open. It has to stay open. And again, I'm really using opportunities in conversations about AI to say it can be done. Things can be more open than they are now. We can do that. And I think that that is a core principle that's non-negotiable. And again, trade-offs, and then you've got to learn how to work and live with those. And I would say that the third one for me is the idea of keeping humans in charge of the machines. And this idea that the humans are in the loop on everything is non-negotiable. It's just, we can never do it another way. And the one thing that maybe gives me comfort is that every time there is a new big tech trend, I promise you the headline is, it's the end of Wikipedia. Like, Wikipedia is done for. And this digital wonder of the world has survived and thrived over and over and over again. And I really believe that's because the core principles are non-negotiable. And what we see in the world of generative AI is that as the internet becomes more and more littered with machine-generated content that people can't trust, actually Wikipedia becomes more and more valuable. So it's like counterintuitive in the sense that you're becoming more valuable as more stuff gets created that's junk that nobody can trust. So I think there's something to sticking to principles that maybe others, I mean, again, when this thing started, people thought it was a joke. And now it's like the last best place on the internet. And so you've got to stick to core principles and, frankly, hold on to values.
It's, I think, useful to also point out, it was only 20 years ago that it was shown that Wikipedia was on par with the previously published encyclopedias that you see, but obviously those did not keep up with changes.
Well, my favorite tiny story is that back in those days, when did you have the 26-volume Encyclopedia Britannica? Some of you might have had that in your house, remember that? And so there's this incredible story that they tell that, like, the latest edition came out, and the Wikipedia editors went and got them, or like, and they were like, okay, everything's in here, done, And so that's the reason also, I think, to make a digital imprints of like what knowledge is and what we want to preserve, because it'll feed these models for the future.
Thank you. Louis, as NVIDIA being the hottest company in town, I think everyone's probably hitting you up for an internship or a job these days. Everyone's really, anytime you make an announcement around GPUs, the world's abuzz about it. You're also a board member for the California Council on Science and Technology. And so you're at this unbelievable nexus. And so how do you think about the priorities for both your public service side and the corporate side representing NVIDIA? Like, how do you place those balance the demands of public markets and society?
Yeah, that's so interesting, because there's probably stuff I shouldn't say.
We're all friends.
I don't know the people on the internet.
On the live stream.
Right. So I'll just say this, as far as the public marketplace, it's going to take care of itself, right? As long as we're not running into supply chain issues and some of the other challenges, which is why it's actually super critical that we support the fabs that are moving to the States, just for national safety and security and infrastructure, but also, again, workforce. The public side, public demand piece is kind of insatiable, but it's going to take care of itself. So then that kind of leaves us with society, right? One of Jensen's first tenets is that the company's going to do good. So really, it's trying to find a way to lean into that. How do we create the right access and opportunity? How do we get underrepresented communities, but then also, I see the senator sitting right in the front row, get legislators to understand that AI is probably the next wave of the civil rights movement, and that probably isn't more noticeable than down south
But
right
you
now.
got to say, tell us more about that.
Look, it goes back to what I said about where AI is going over the next 2 years. I don't have a crystal ball, but I see how fast everything is changing. And in society, especially in underrepresented, marginalized communities, if you don't have access right now, it's going to be one of the biggest gaps, fastest gaps that's created in generations. It's way different than the horse and buggy. I appreciate everybody comparing it to cars. I appreciate the dot-com era and the rise of the internet. But the speed at which everything is changing right now is going to leave so many people behind if they don't have access to just basic infrastructure, let alone AI to help them do their jobs on top, right? Because a lot of the jobs today can be augmented by AI, and folks that know how to use AI are going to be the ones replacing the folks that don't know how to use AI. And so you need to make sure that folks at least have a baseline level understanding, and as Jason keeps saying, access to the technology, the GPUs, in order for them to stay competitive in the market today. And so that's throughout the state, that's the US compared to the world, that's the world compared to whatever. And now, especially overseas, folks are starting to talk about sovereign AI, so building their own systems that can do in-language stuff, that can do stuff for their citizens. It's one of those things where if your voice isn't heard right now, you're not feeding the machine, as Morgana says. I like that. You're going to get left out. The folks that are creating it, you got to make sure that you have a diverse set of folks that are creating the technology and in the room when the conversations are happening. And so that's why it's really the next wave of the civil rights movement, because you're sitting in rooms that aren't the most diverse. And so you're like, okay, yeah, I appreciate everybody's trying to do good. But at the same time, if you're not hearing from the community member in East Oakland, you're not hearing from the folks in South LA, if you're not hearing from the folks in Montgomery, Alabama, that are community members living day to day and helping to shape this, it's unfortunately going to just cause the digital divide to grow bigger.
Thank you for bringing that point up, because Jason, this is the direction I wanted to go in. Is when we were in that very intense moment of COVID, we saw this unbelievable use of technology that where suddenly we could be online, we could get access. Everyone suddenly turned into an epidemiologist. But at the same time, we also realized how big that digital divide is. We saw that certain populations, Central Valley, other places, East LA, other areas just didn't have access to Wi-Fi or those things. And so how, from your vantage point, how should we be thinking about that Maslow's hierarchy of needs of food, clothing, water, shelter, GPUs, bandwidth? There's like a set of things that really that are the elements of the gulf that is being created.
Yeah, sure. This is an impossible question to answer. I mean, I think the state government has an important role to play in closing equity gaps in education, in employment opportunities, in health disparities, et cetera. We have not closed those disparity gaps. We are working every day as hard as we can. That's what those 250 some odd thousand people are employed to do. But we haven't succeeded. So to ask how to close the digital divide, I think we would apply a lot of the same strategies, which is making disproportionate investments into the communities that haven't seen those investments. Our efforts around bringing broadband access to underserved parts of California, our efforts to bring food access to underserved schools, our efforts to overinvest in community colleges and K-12 schools in distressed communities. So you're sort of going to look at the traditional playbook. But the traditional playbook is not going to work at the velocity that Lewis is talking about with the pace of change. So how do we make sure everyone benefits? I think if it's left to the state government, we will not succeed because everything else is moving too fast. So I think it's really a question that we can certainly play our role, but to suggest that that's good enough and the private sector can keep moving at a velocity that is market-driven, I think misses the point a little bit. So, I would argue that we really do need, especially because this is California, and I work for the governor, who's going to be here, and he can share his thoughts on that question later this afternoon. But we have the opportunity to get to know NVIDIA and to get to know Google and Open, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, this startup ecosystem that's in San Francisco and the Bay Area and California more broadly, to try to make this argument to them directly, right? We are in a posture of, we are in first place, California, in terms of being the epicenter of generative AI technology. That is in large part because of the research institutions that we are partnering with here today and the history of innovation and entrepreneurialism that exists in the Bay Area. So we're in first place. We will not be in first place forever unless we defend that position. And part of that includes working with companies that are headquartered here. NVIDIA, founded in California, has always been in California. Lewis has promised me they're never going to move a single job out of California. But it's about, while we encourage the economic development and all the good that will do for California, also having a values conversation with those private sector actors, because we cannot close those digital divides on our own. We're not resourced enough to do that. We need the private sector to be a partner.
How do you, fifth largest economy?
Yeah.
We know we changed, like we're driving the train. Mm-hmm. How do you balance the trade-offs of what, safety, security, mm-hmm. et cetera, put it all in trust, put all those things in one bucket, with also the imperative to make sure that we remain the vibrant tech ecosystem economy? Is
core job description, right? Growth and governance. So growth, if the governor is anything, he is the chief cheerleader and promoter for everything that is California values and our economy and the people of the state. It comes naturally to him to want to embrace a new industry that's going to do good for California, whether that's aerospace or Hollywood or ag tech or GenAI. This is what we do as a government, is try to grow the state equitably. So that comes pretty naturally. I think governance and governing is the other half of that two-track. And as I mentioned this before, we are engaged on a daily basis in protecting Californians. It's the core. In fact, I said economic development is the core. I'm going to strike that and say protecting health and safety of Californians is the core job. And it's what we do on a daily basis. It's sort of the reason that government exists. So, we need to do that and do it well and do it better and do it with greater velocity because of the pace of change of this technology. But in terms of protecting downsides, one of the things that the executive order that the governor issued calls for is making sure that our critical infrastructure is protected from intrusion and attack from digital threat actors. We do that anyway on a daily basis, and there's a lot of work that's gone on behind the scenes to protect our energy infrastructure and so forth from bad actors. The good news is we didn't have to start thinking about cyber attacks. We've been thinking about that regularly because that's our job, but updating the pace at which we move and the sort of the threat environment because of this new technology. So it's a really long way of saying, as we remain growth-minded, because we need to grow the tax base and we need to create a more equitable California, we also can look to all of the talent and power that the state government already has and make sure that is meeting the challenge of generative AI in the new ways that this technology may threaten Californians.
I'd like you each just to take a minute, because as we're wrapping up time here, to really think about the question of, if we're looking back 2 years from now, mm-hmm. and we said, boy, I really wish we had started that we started working on this today on that mm-hmm. issue. What would be that thing that we should start doing now to ensure that we're on the right trajectory 2 years from now? We'll just go down the line here. Lewis.
Of course you're starting with me.
Yeah. Sad.
Just because you're so good at it.
Look, it seems like an easy question, but it truly isn't, because there's so many facets to what could be done, should be done. So 2 years from now, I wish we would have started today having more direct conversations with the higher education system in California, so that we can actually create, don't cheer too loud.
It's going to cost you money.
So that we can actually create the true pathways for folks to learn and be enabled in the space, right? That's what I wish in 2 years I can actually look back and say, yeah.
See, that's why I started with you.
Yeah, you're killing it.
I love that. Mariana?
I'm optimistic, and I think that more of what we should be doing is what we're doing, which is that this is an opportunity that needs multi-sectoral solutions. And I think a lot of what Jason's talking about is government has a role to play, the market has a role to play, civil society has a role to play, higher education institutions. And if we're not getting that happening now, the point Lewis made is that the what is changing too fast for any of us to keep up with. And so I'm like, well, what is the how that we start building from now? How to learn faster, regulate more nimbly, figure out how to just keep up, right? And I think that the last point, because it's really an honor for us to be here, is that you talked about the obligations of monopoly when government plays that role. There's also can be opportunity for first movers and innovators to set norms. And I think that the state of California is in a unique position to be able to shape how we think about this by taking on the obligations of, innovators and first movers.
I love that. Shaping norms is a great tasking for everyone. What norms can we shape here?
Yeah, from now.
Yeah. Jason?
I'm going to pick up exactly where you left off, because that's my answer to this question. 2 years from now, I hope that we collectively, not just government, have developed the mechanism to steer the innovators and entrepreneurs of the future towards those socially beneficial technologies. If all generative AI does is sell more T-shirts faster, then we have totally missed on the opportunity that this thing is.
Agreed.
So, I'm not clever or wise enough to know what that mechanism is, but it's the people in this room, the universities, the private sector, the venture capital, the government, and everyone else in between, steering those companies, steering those brightest young minds in the world who are coming to California to do this work, steering them towards things that are socially beneficial. That's what I hope 2 years from now we can look back and say that we did.
Fantastic. This is, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing this wisdom. Before we transition, I just want to highlight two things. First, I want to thank the Commonwealth Club, World Affairs Council staff team here who are here today for all their work, for the facility. Full disclosure, I'm also on the Board of Governors but, for the facility, but I just want to thank them for all they do. Second, as we head into the next phase of this, I just have an ask. That ask is, we all are coming together from different communities. You can define that however you want. Some academic, some public service, a different industry. We're coming together. We know different people. My ask is, if you meet and talk to people who you haven't typically interacted with. You see somebody on the sidelines who's sort of looking alone, not sure what they're doing, reach out, talk to them. We're all here, all of us collectively are here for a purpose, to solve this bigger problem, to put things into place that we feel good about. 2 years from now, we'll be like, boy, aren't we glad we spent that day together on this and started a new trajectory and shaping norms, adding value, solving these problems. So this is a team sport. This takes all of us collectively here in the room, all of you outside the room, virtually, all of us to participate. And so just want to thank you and ask you for your help in making this a conclusive team effort to do this. So thank you, and I'll hand it back to Daniel. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Jason, for sharing your wisdom.
That was fun.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you, DJ. So for those joining online, we're now stop the live stream, and please come back at 1 p.m. Always restart the live stream for the workforce panel. led by Secretary Knox. And for in-person attendees, we're now going to 15 minutes break. And during the break, please make your way to the breakout working session starting at 10:30. So for those interested in GenAI in transportation, you will be at the ground floor. For GenAI in climate, you will go a floor up to the 3rd floor. And for GenAI in health and medicine, you will stay put in the auditorium. That's where the working session will take place. And the facilitators and volunteers will guide you to lunch at the rooftop at 11:30. And please make sure to come back at 12:45 for the workforce panel. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back to the Joint California Summit on Generative AI. Whether you're here in person or tuning in via live stream, we really appreciate the time, energy that you're bringing to the table to participate with us today, to ask the difficult questions, and to work together on next steps. My name is Meredith Lee. I am the head of strategic partnerships and chief technical advisor to the dean of the UC Berkeley College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. Yes. It's a new college, kind of a big deal. On behalf of all of the summit co-hosts, I am honored to bring our next panel moderator to the stage. Secretary Stuart Knox leads the California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. He has nearly 3 decades of statewide experience, including leadership roles at the California community colleges. I know they're in the house. Including time at the California Employment Training Panel and the Northern Rural Training and Employment Consortium. He's also willing to stand in front of you for the next hour or so to be able to include more voices in this critically important topic, the future of the California workforce. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Secretary Stuart Knox.
Thank you so much, Meredith. Appreciate it. And all the hard work that your team has put into this has been really amazing. I am Stuart Knox, the Labor Agency and Workforce Development Secretary for the state of California, and the panels I have coming up today is amazing. Hello, Senator. The first of my panelists that I'm going to introduce is actually coming up is Sarah. Sarah Flock is going to walk in, and she is amazing. She is from the Labor Federation. There is Sarah. Behind her is Sissy Wood. Sissy is SIU 1000, so she was our labor representative from our employees, our 256,000 employees. I think I heard that this morning. So thank you, Sissy. Next is Catherine Bracey. Catherine is amazing. She does so much work in this field. And listening to her voice earlier in the week was just amazing to have you here as well. I think after that, I have Fernando. Is that correct? I may. I have, oh my God, Sonia Christian. Sonia is with us from the Chancellor's Office. She is the Chancellor, newly Chancellor, almost a year, almost a year, a little over a year?
Little under a year.
Little under a year, all right. We got put in place so close to the same amount of time, and Sonia and I have worked together for many years. Welcome, Sonia. And after that, I have Arena. So Arena is our Cal HR Director, Ortega, and she is amazing, and she, with a very small staff, does amazing work for the state of California, and we so appreciate you, Arena. And with that, I have Fernando Perez. And Fernando, welcome to the stage. Fernando has experience in GenAI, and there's pieces to this, like Project Jupiter. I have no idea what that even is, so I'm going to have him explain that at some point during the day. So we do have amazing panelists. We're going to rifle through these questions probably fairly quickly, because we have a lot of voices to be heard today. We heard from the earlier panelists today in the presentations, workforce is one of the key components to what's going to happen with AI. And how do we protect our workforce? How do we develop our workforce? And really, what are the decision makers thinking about this? And these folks are part of those decision makers, of really being thoughtful about the work ahead. How the community college system can be a party to this, how our 256,000 employees play a role in this, our labor unions, how they play a role in this, and is the governor's commitment to make sure that everybody's voice is heard as we develop these strategies moving forward. And so one of the things we do not want to see is our labor force lost, obviously, in AI. And so this panel is really going to think about and try to address as we move forward. We're early, as we all know, in AI, generally. And so I think this is the panel that's probably one of the ones that's the most thoughtful about what we can do next. And so with that, we've done the introductions, thank you. Start with Director Ortega. So I know you've done some work with the unions already, and we've already had some concepts around training programs and some of the work that's going to move forward. What would be the public sector role in this, and how have you been working with SIU 1000?
Yeah, sure. So thank you. Thanks, everyone, for being here and for having me. There are kind of two areas that I would focus on in terms of our early work on this. One is really thinking about how to invest in our workforce. And so how do we take the workforce that we have, start thinking about training opportunities, training the general state employee population, training leaders to understand legal, labor, privacy risks, and then looking at technical training as well. So you'll see for state employees, that type of training will be rolling out starting in July and on an ongoing basis. So really investing in the workforce and creating that opportunity. The second thing is the 256,000 number's been mentioned multiple times this morning. I think the actual number of state employees is more like 230 to 240, kind of depending on the season. We don't have enough state employees for all the work that we have to do, and that's a reality. I don't think you'll find a single state employee who would say, I wish I don't need more hours in the day, I don't have more work that I could do. So I think it really creates an opportunity to work with the state employees to look at the services they're delivered. State employees are mission-driven. They work in programs where they deliver services to Californians every day, and they really have on-the-ground, real-world understanding of how we can improve those services. And so I think giving them the opportunity to participate at the earliest levels, at the earliest times, at the closest levels to the service delivery will really create opportunities for them to tell us, how can we use this technology? How can we use this to create a better service delivery model for our constituents? And how can we really use it to improve the daily lives of state employees? And so that's the type of conversation that has started. And I'll talk more about how those conversations are being organized later.
That's super helpful. I always kind of think of it as like, if you've ever taken an IT project on in the state of California, which is a massive thing to do. Yeah, exactly. For the grown, probably for one of our senators. It's almost like having the subject matter experts that are involved in that conversation as you start to build IT systems. That's the only way to do this work, and that's what we're really looking forward to doing with our workforce, to make sure that we're getting it right and we're making those decisions based on good, sound practices from the employees. Sonia, so I know you've been thinking about this a lot. Sonia, they have over 2 million now, back to 2 million?
Yep.
All right. Just recently, so after COVID happened, I think we lost a few students during the period of time under the community college system, but it's the largest in the nation in terms of student population, over 2 million students. And I know you've been thinking about this and thinking about how you really effectively can work this through the community college system, which is so core to a lot of the students that we will work with under our programs specifically. And so what are some of the actions you have been thinking through and taking on?
Yeah, well, happy to have California community colleges here. When you think workforce, and when you think workforce with equity, when you think technology with equity, when you think AI with equity, what comes to mind? The California community colleges. Equity is in our DNA. So we just had a strategic plan that our Board of Governors approved last September. It's Vision 2030, and there are 3 strategic directions, just 3. And one of the 3 focuses on generative AI and the future of teaching and learning. And that in itself really signals that we are investing resources. We feel it is our obligation, our responsibility to really engage with the impact of AI and generative AI. We have a 4-point framework for that strategic direction. The first one is anchored on principles. The second is preparing workforce. The third is preparing our faculty. And the fourth is building the infrastructure that is needed to support the future of learning. So on the principles front, humans, HUMANS, that's sort of the acronym that we built the values and the principles, right? HUMANS. For example, the A of HUMANS stands for algorithmic discrimination. So again, we are signaling when we're engaging with AI tools within the classroom and with our students and in administrative processes, we must focus on ensuring that there is no algorithmic discrimination that happens, biases that are amplified. So we've got our principles. We're focused on workforce. In workforce, we are looking at sort of the basic AI literacy. I mean, we have a governor who's got an ambitious agenda, and we are, whether it's climate or in technology, so to keep up and to keep California strong economically, socially, and to have healthy communities with equity, we need to have some basic AI literacy. Your answer, the California community colleges, 116 all over the state of California. And then we're also looking at sector specific, because in the Central Valley, we have AI impacting how you do agriculture, whereas in coastal California, you have the ocean economy with, robots going underwater and doing wind turbines. So we are investing resources in keeping track of the sector-specific AI influences. Faculty professional development is huge. We love the partnership with Berkeley and love the partnership with our universities and to do the professional development at scale. This is going fast, so we've got to be really building at scale from get-go. And lastly, we are actually launching this July a innovation center for digital transformation and equity. And this particular structure is going to be looking at partnerships. I'm so happy that we have our labor partners here, because that's a strategy for us to get to the workers as we're responding to the employer needs. We want to make sure that the workers have the skills and abilities for the long-haul economic mobility. So we're here, love the partnership with the labor agency, and it's all about partnerships in moving this new world of AI. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Really quickly, I know, because in terms of partnerships, UDW, United Domestic Workers. Do you want to talk a little bit about that project? Just because I know there was quite a few folks that you guys actually surveyed that looked at IT as one of the components that they may actually want to go into.
Yeah. I was doing a TED Talk, fast talk here.
I just thought it was
So I'm so super happy because partnerships with the UDW, the United Healthcare Workers, is part of our strategy. And with the United Domestic Workers, 178,000 in California, mostly women who are stuck in domestic worker jobs with no hope for economic mobility. So you're talking about home health care, you're talking about child care. So we entered into an agreement with the UDW and with the labor agency, and we're looking at extremely focused credit for prior learning, so to meet these individuals who've been working in the field for 10 years. And who are we to say, well, if you start in college, you've got to start from, point zero. That's ridiculous. You have learned in your jobs. So it's up to us, educational institutions, community colleges, to recognize your learning on the job and provide you credit. So rather than starting from point zero, you can start maybe from point 5 or 0.6 to get to that finish line. So it's a huge equity-driven initiative. And rather than waiting for those workers to find us, we as community colleges are trying to take college to them with support services. So it makes it real for them to start on a pathway. So IT is one of the areas. If they're wanting to shift from healthcare to IT pathways, it's high-paying jobs at the end of it. So we're working on that. Thank you.
Super helpful. Thank you. So this next question is really Catherine and Fernando. Really thinking about how is this social impacts going to be around workers, but also the economy, and really thinking about how that's going to interplay. So how does California support our work and to bring more equity and opportunity to workers that we currently have, but also future workers? And I know Sonia talks about the 6.8 million that are low-income workers or underpaid workers. So how do we take California's diverse communities, and let's hear about what are you thinking about in doing this? And I'll start with Catherine.
Yeah, I'm Catherine Bracey. I run an organization called Tech Equity, and we work on issues at the intersection of the tech industry and economic equity, and housing is one of our issues, labor is the other. We think about actually two aspects of this work. The first is the way in which AI is going to impact the workplace, so how work gets done and the role that workers play in incorporating technology into the way that they work, and how that technology may
empower workers and really, as Irina said, help them be better at their jobs and really partner with them to create more efficiencies. But also the risks that there are and in not empowering workers and not making sure they're at the table. So we're really interested in that, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Sarah and Sissy on how they think about that. One aspect is I want to bring into this, which is the other area of work that we think about, is the jobs that the AI industry is creating. And they are not all great, high-paying, high-quality jobs. AI is neither artificial nor intelligent, and there is an army of hundreds of thousands of workers behind the scenes who are helping to train the data. You may have heard about the Amazon Just Walk Out grocery stores, which, it's magic. They are just going to tally up what's in your cart. It turns out those were just workers in India who were looking at pictures of what was in your basket and tallying it up for you. And those workers are really largely working in the shadows in places around the world that don't have the labor protections that workers in California have. And I think as we talk about who we want to be in California as the home, really the world capital for this industry, it's really important for us to export our values as well and think about how we can have sometimes hard conversations with the companies who call California home, but are employing workers around the world in conditions that we may not think are that really live up to our values. So I want to include that piece in the conversation as well. How can we make all jobs in the AI supply chain really good jobs? And how can we, and that also, affects California workers. If they're offshoring those jobs to places where the standards are lower, that is fewer opportunities for workers here. So I'm excited to hear what our partners in labor have to say about the impact on workers in California, but I think we should also take a much more expansive view of, and really, we're California, right? So we can think big about these things.
I think the governor likes to hear that as well. Yes. Often. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Fernando, because I understand probably about 1% of, well, probably less than that actually, of what you do. So a little bit about what you do, and then kind of what your thoughts are about the social economics of this.
Thank you, Stu. Well, I'm Fernando Perez. I'm faculty at UC Berkeley in the college that Dean Chase spoke about this morning, our new College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. And my job is twofold as a university professor, is to conduct both research, and I work in areas like climate change and healthcare, but specifically driven by the creation of tools and technologies. And my career has been about building open source software tools for thinking and for computing in scientific domains. And I'm also an educator, and I teach. So I'm not a labor person, but I am there kind of before they go into the labor pool. They are my students. And I'd like to reflect a little bit on that from that perspective, echoing some of the conversation from this morning where Mariana was speaking about Wikimedia as a digital public good, because we've had the last couple decades of the story that we heard some points about this morning with Wikipedia becoming this global public good have a kind of a counterpart in the software world, where decades ago people began building openly available software tools because we thought science deserved to have the power of doing science shouldn't be locked up in a few choke points, but it rather should be available to all. People got together, built a lot of that infrastructure, and that enables us today to do the kind of education that we do at Berkeley, where, for example, when I teach my upper division data science course, I have 1,300 students who learn how to do relatively sophisticated data analysis with the same tools that are used in research and in industry and that are used for creating many of the startups that you see billboards from around here. That was made possible because we built this fully open, fully public infrastructure that allowed us to kind of democratize access to scientific knowledge. And I would like to think of AI as having positive potential in democratizing access to skills, access to learning, access to workers who have needs, who need to fulfill jobs beyond what's possible with the resources they have, who can empower them. But how do we do that in a way that doesn't automatically reinforce the concentration of power that tends to happen in tech and that I think you're referring to? So what I would like to know is how can we engage meaningfully in a conversation to maintain the creation from the very beginning, from the role of those training the data, from whose data is being used to train the models, to the creation of the models, to their usage in a way that actually empowers individual stakeholders. As a very quick illustration of that, one project that we work on at UC Berkeley and the environmental side in a group that I co-lead is around working with indigenous California tribes on environmental protection of their biodiversity. These are communities who do not want their data about their species on their land to go on anyone else's computers. For very good reasons, for very good historical reasons, they don't trust anyone else with their data. For them, it is important that they have complete ownership and control of the end-to-end cycle from the software to the tools to the models to the data, so they can make decisions empowered as themselves rather than being beholden to a third party, whether that be industry or government. So I would like to see this conversation kind of go in a direction where we maintain that, which is not to say that industry doesn't have a role to play, but that it should be a partnership that keeps this openness in mind.
Interesting. I thank you. That I see why you're an instructor now. I think I understand maybe 5% of what you do, but super helpful. So with that, let's talk a little more about the risk of the technology side of the house. And what that poses for workforce. We heard it a little bit this morning. I think it's been the conversation that's under wraps most of the time, but really thinking about how this work can actually be helpful to our workers, which we've heard a little bit about. But talking about how, Reina and Catherine, what are your thoughts around how GenAI demo projects that I know that we have going on in the state of California, that the governor is really, his efforts are really behind to make sure that we have the voice there. But really thinking about what's the best practices, and I really like the idea about how we can inform the world on best practices from the state of California and what's the next steps to do that. So I'll start with Reina, just kind of like what the work has you've been started.
Sure, thank you. So I'm really focused on the workforce aspect of risk. So obviously within the state, we have a whole framework for risk around the technology and privacy issues. That is not my area. But just thinking about the workforce, the way we have thought about risk is back to my earlier comments on engaging the workforce early on these, on the ideas, on the training, trying to get, even just thinking about the general training is trying to dispel some fears that may be out there for people who don't know a lot about AI and being able to get sort of a baseline of understanding of what's even being talked about. And then from there, as we've been looking at the proof of concept projects that are happening within the state in the public health arena, the transportation arena, and in our tax agency, one of our tax agencies' call center arena. What we've done is try to, I think it's a novel approach for the state. So rather than looking at a statewide relationship where someone at CalHR is having kind of a high-level conversation with a labor representative, all of the labor representatives are provided information about these projects and the training and everything else at that high level. But we've really tried to focus with our department leadership, pushing those conversations down to the project level. So really having those conversations happen where the project is going to occur. And we see that as a real risk mitigation, both on understanding what the employees need to make it successful, hearing from the employees about whether the product itself works. I think on the state side, we'd have a lot of concerns about, I think there might be some skepticism about whether every technology tool is really solving a problem that we need to have solved, right? And I think we have examples of that within state government. So we would really want to hear, is this augmenting the service that's being delivered? Is this helping the employees get the job done? Is this giving them more time to spend with a client? Is it giving them an opportunity to provide a better outcome? And if it isn't doing those things, they're going to tell us. They're going to tell us early. And I think that's how we're thinking about risk in this area.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Catherine.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing I would say is to take on sort of a rhetorical theme that I think comes up a lot in conversations about AI and how this industry is going to grow up in California, which is, it's sort of a choice between protecting people or allowing innovation to flourish. And I really, if there's one thing I hope that we can walk out of this room with today, it's that that's a false choice. We don't have to choose between robust innovation ecosystems and protecting people. And actually, I think that in order for innovation to flourish, you have to have a basic sense of trust and safety in the industry and the technology as it grows up, or else people won't trust, the markets won't be able to flourish, right? People won't trust the tools. It will lead to this sense of alienation, and that's just not good for strong markets. So I want everyone to leave that sort of dichotomy aside. It's not a choice we have to make. And an industry that I've been thinking about a lot as an analogy, and I'm sure there are holes in this analogy, so don't hold me to all of it, but I've been thinking a lot about the airline industry and, the dawn of commercial flight and how awe-inspiring that must have been to be alive in that moment. What the bravery really it took to get on a plane. Now it's just sort of run of the mill, right? Like we all get on planes and don't usually think twice about safety, although on a Boeing flight, maybe that's a great example of why we really need strong regulations around that people trust around technology. But we have a sense that there is a robust set of agencies and people who know what they're doing and have been testing these things, and air travel is remarkably safe. I think we can, and the industry is flourishing, right? And, I think as we've seen with the Boeing example, when you don't have trust and safety, it hurts business. So we need that in order for innovation to grow in California. I think there's 3 ways we can do that. One is to make sure that the people who are impacted by the technology are at the table and have some agency, and I know Sarah and Sissy will talk about that a little bit more. The second is to place the accountability mechanism on the companies before the tools are deployed into the public. So, we have a lot of examples of how we test technology and other products before they hit the market. I don't think it's radical to say that just as we test drugs before they are introduced to the market, we should also test some of these systems that may be making really high risk decisions about our lives and livelihood. And then the last is that we need to address the concentration of power in the industry. Again, for innovation to flourish, we need competition. And so there has to be the opportunity for smaller entrants to the market. We can't have all of the power of this technology held in a few small companies. And I'm really excited about, some of the legislation that's moving through the Senate and the Assembly this year. Senator Wiener has taken a really strong leadership position on creating a public option for compute. So, I'm really hopeful. I think there are a lot of really good signs that we can get to a policy framework that really creates the trust and safety for the industry to thrive and for people to really, partake in the wealth and the value that AI is going to bring to California.
As long as those businesses are in California, right?
Well, they can have workers, around the world.
That's true. Thank you. I appreciate that, those concepts. Sissy and Sarah, so thank you for being with us today. So, when we're thinking about this real world impacts on workers, and I know that's what is in your mind all day long, I'd like to hear from both of you and how do we ensure workers have those opportunities and how they are going to be at the table, and how, the state of California, I think, is a good model here. But how do we ensure that unions and represented employees are at that table? And I know I'll start with Sissy, because I know you guys have been doing some of that work, and then I'll pivot to Sarah.
Sure. I work for SEIU California, which is the statewide body that represents all of our locals in the state of California. And we represent hundreds of thousands of workers in both the private and public sector. But in addition to our members being workers, they're also consumers and participants in our democracy. So as we are trying very quickly to learn about AI and all its impacts in the workplace, we're also trying to think about how AI will impact our members in other aspects of their lives. With regard to state work, it's our local SEIU 1000 that you mentioned before, represents almost 100,000 state workers. And so they're very much on the front lines of piloting some of these projects. And they are deeply concerned about how this is going to impact them as workers, but they're also very, very concerned about how this is going to impact the people that they serve, because they want to make sure that they deliver services effectively. And, there's been instances in the past where technology has been deployed and people have not been well served. So I think there's a great desire to collaborate and make sure that these things are deployed effectively. We believe that workers should, as other people have already said, be involved from the design stage. So the first question, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Is AI the solution? Who are we trying to serve? The services you would provide to foster children is going to be very different than someone who's trying to register to vote or to register their car. versus someone who's trying to get eligibility for benefits. And if the technology doesn't work, then those implications can be huge for people. So we're very glad that we're able to collaborate, like the tax and fee pilot project that you mentioned earlier, where software is being developed to help call center workers gather answers from our large tax code that is very arcane to be able to answer people's questions. So workers were involved in the beginning. As the software is rolled out, my understanding is that workers will have 6 months to work with the technology. There'll be opportunity to provide feedback. So models like that are fantastic. We hope those are replicated across the state, not only in the public sector, but in the private sector. We also feel like workers really need to be empowered to be able to give feedback without fear on how these technologies are being deployed, because there will be failures. And in fact, we should learn from those failures, and we should make sure that workers have a robust and being able to bring those things forward without any kind of fear of retribution. And the best way to do that from our perspective is to make sure that those processes are enshrined in collective bargaining agreements, and that we have strong labor management partnerships and work groups set up so that those dialogues can unfold in the most productive way. So I think our workers are thinking of themselves as kind of the front line of defense for state of California residents to make sure that these technologies are deployed in the most responsible way.
That's great. Thanks, Cissy. So Sarah, I know you guys have been thinking about this with the Labor Fed, and I know there's AFL-CIO has done some work, I think, at national level, and so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Definitely will. Sarah Flocks, the California Labor Federation. We represent 2.3 million union workers in the state of California in the public, private sector, and in the construction trades. And I just want to say, I could probably walk away and just say ditto to the comments that have been made. This is a great panel, and I hope I get to learn more from everybody on it. And when we're thinking about worker involvement in technology and echoing what a lot of other people said, I was really struck by a comment that was made in my breakout group on transportation. There was a person there who said, "I'm an engineer. I see cars. I don't see people." And then I thought that was a very insightful and reflective comment. And then we went into the process of like, all right, how is this sandbox project going to work? And I think this goes back to the need to have workers involved from the very beginning, from the development. Because right now you have tech companies, they're developing AI products, and they may think that they're solving a problem that needs to be solved. And then there's procurement, and it's the state or the employer who's buying it, and they're buying it because they think that they need to solve a problem. And then it gets down to the manager who's trying to teach workers how to use it, and then the worker gets it, and they were like, this just causes more problems. At that point, training or retraining doesn't work because it's a square peg in a round hole. And we've seen that across industries. We've seen that in the hospitality industry, where you wouldn't really expect AI as being used, but it really is taking it by storm. And you have cocktail waitresses who are like, we have these robot bartenders, but they don't really understand. People want to come in and I know their name and mix them their regular drink. You know, all these little things that happen, and that's a small example. And so it really needs to be that workers, the people who are using these tools, are at the beginning of the development to identify the problems, to identify the needs, to identify like, where do you need a high touch in hospitality? It's literally the name of the industry is hospitality. And where are there tasks that are dangerous, repetitive, inefficient, where you can use AI as a tool? And that worker in the loop, worker in the center, needs to start from the very, very beginning. And along those lines, the AFL, which is our national organization, has a partnership with Microsoft. Partly it's on training, but it's also on a series of projects to have worker input into the development of AI. We also have a partnership with Carnegie Mellon, where there was specific work done around looking at the hospitality industry and how to integrate workers into the beginning of that process. And these are really great examples that can be used as partnerships, but I want to go back to something Fernando mentioned, which is power. we have 2.3 million members. AFL is one of the largest labor federations in, it is our national organization. Unions have the power to be able to fight to get a seat at the table. And even then, it's hard. And even then, it's hard to have access. But there are millions and millions and millions of other workers who are unrepresented. And we hope to have them be represented soon. And we're working on that part of it so that this can be enshrined in collective bargaining. But there needs to be a counterbalance to the power of the industry. And that, I think, needs to come from putting guardrails and standards in place by the state, by policymakers, by agencies, by the good examples of what is happening in the deployment of some of these sandbox projects. And so I think we do need to be very thoughtful about it's important to ensure workers have opportunities, but that means someone has to ensure that. It is not going to happen. And if we don't take action, I think technology and AI is neutral. It could be incredibly beneficial, or it could just worsen existing exploitation and equity gaps. And that could happen very fast. And so I think we're at an inflection point where we need to decide the path going forward.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think what Sissy said is we're also consumers.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
It's on both sides of the house also would help deploy and consumers. I appreciate you guys' input today. It's really beneficial. Chancellor Christian, Sonia. One of the pieces to what you talked a little bit about, but is supporting diversity in the communities in California. And how are you looking at this, creating those opportunities really within California? Is that, you talk about 6.8 million that are low wage earners in the state of California, over 500,000 disconnected youth that we talk about, a labor agency that just are either couch surfing or working jobs that are either gig economy jobs. How do you see AI and the community college system attracting those students, and how we can be helpful to do that?
Yeah, so, two thoughts. The first one is to sort of key off what you were saying, Sarah, in terms of, representation matters, having workers at the table. So the California Community Colleges, one of our missions is career education, and because of that, we have close relationships with employers, business and industry. And with either the regulatory changes that happen or innovation in technology, often employers are thinking of new economic development opportunities. So community colleges often are tracking this ahead of time. So it's our responsibility to make sure that when those conversations, when new technologies are being thought about, that we make sure that workers are at the table, so the design is built, taking that into consideration. So recently, Stuart, the labor agency with OPR had rolled out significant economic development dollars, SURF, which is now Jobs First. And so the community colleges have taken on that high road training, economic development as part of our responsibility as workforce development organizations to make sure workers are there at the front end. So if that industry is changing, we're thinking about the shifts in their skills and abilities. So that's point one. The second one is what you were talking about. There was a report that came out from California Competes that called out the 6.8 million that are sort of, Californians stuck in low-income jobs. So we have made it our, responsibility to reach out through our regional structure. We're broken up into different regions because there's regional economies, right? So through our regional structure to reach out with and make entering a college pathway easy. So where AI comes into play here is for the community colleges not to be stuck in traditional methods of enrollment, which if you've tried to do, it's administrative bureaucracy. So it's absolutely difficult for an individual who is not used to academic applications and all of those, to try to make it easy with a new technology. So I mentioned credit for prior learning. What would it look like if we were to automate it? And we've already started working on automating credit for prior learning. So when we go to Sabrina, who's been working for 15 years, we go and say, hey, here are potential pathways, data analytics, here is a pathway to CNA and then to an LVN in healthcare. And here is the credit that you would get at this particular college, at Cabrillo College. You can start, and in the next 6 months, you can get a certificate, but then you can go on to get an associate's degree and a baccalaureate. So we're thinking about the long haul for the worker and not just to solve the short-term need of the employer, right? So it's the employer and the worker together. And then the last piece I would mention there is these individuals, many of them have to work. So the concept of apprenticeships, which you're a huge fan from the labor agency you're moving, the governor called for 500,000 apprentices by the year like 2030, and we're kind of scurrying to meet that goal. So we're really amplifying the work and learn and earn model. The apprenticeship model is the gold standard. You talked about building trades, right? So we're trying to replicate it in other areas, non-traditional areas where employers create those opportunities for workers with the community colleges sort of working to make this happen. And finally, the state has invested in several programs for workers like Project LAPE, which is Learning Aligned Partnerships, again, emphasizing the importance of individuals to be able to work, which when you talked about youth apprenticeships, those are all places where we can get youngsters excited because they're working and doing something. They have a sense of purpose to do what they need to do rather than being sort of disconnected from sort of a meaningful pathway. So to kind of wrap it up, the California community colleges right now we serve 2 million, but we feel the climate action work and AI work are kind of integrated. It has equity all over it. That we have a potential to be serving 6 million individuals, but we've got to do it through partnerships across the board, labor partnerships, employer partnerships, to be able to reach these individuals as we move into AI, getting more and more incorporated into our daily living.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think Ben has a 3 o'clock breakout on some of that too, so I'll give a shout out to him on that, on the education side. I appreciate the insight. I think one of the key components that at the Workforce Development Agency is really looking at how education with our labor partners, our apprenticeship training programs can actually all effectively work better together. I think we're doing a good job of it now, but how AI is really going to affect that.
Can I say one thing about training? And this is not my area of expertise, so I defer to the experts. But I do think 10 years ago, I was very involved in conversations about training people to code, and that was the sort of workforce development frontier. It was really important for everybody to learn how to code, STEM education, all of these things. And now we're seeing that those jobs are the first that we're losing. And the people who came through alternative training systems are the bottom, the low-hanging fruit to lose those jobs. And what do they do next? Are we going to throw them into another 5 to 10 year training cycle to get them to a point where now the technology has changed again? So yes, I think it's important to make sure that we have opportunities available to the widest set of people as possible. But I really would urge those who are running these programs not to put all of their apples in one basket, and to think about the jobs that are AI proof. I mean, I don't know if anybody's tried to hire an electrician recently, but it's really hard, and we need a lot of them. Speaking of climate change, plumbers, tradespeople. Right. Those are going to be jobs that we also need, and so making sure that those training programs and those jobs are valued and respected alongside the AI jobs, I think is really important in this conversation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for 30 years, and we've trained, and sometimes we go down a road a little too far, so I don't disagree with you. So I think we have about 5 minutes left is all, so I'll kind of leave one posed question and maybe lean in on a couple of you on the question. Is really thinking about how the implications that we know that's going to happen on workforce. And so yes, training is one answer. The workforce development, apprenticeship training programs are great. Labor at the table, having the voice of labor at the table, I think to have these conversations is super important for us to move forward. But end of day, and I know like Catherine already had like 3 good bullet points about.
I have another one too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Well, maybe I'll lean on you first. Is like top of mind, one point you want to get across for the day.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a lot of research to be done and things that we need to understand about the space. And, bringing it back to the organizing institutions, the UC system has a really robust and valuable network of labor centers that are doing a lot of this research. Annetta Bernhardt is here, who runs the Technology and Work program at the UC Berkeley Labor Center. We need to make sure that the funding for those organizations is prioritized. I mean, that's going to be a critical aspect of understanding whether any of these interventions are working, of designing systems to include workers in the conversation that really honor, the voice of the worker. So I hope that as we're sort of figuring out where the budget chips are going to fall, that we are not losing sight of the importance of research in all of this.
Appreciate that. Fernando, thoughts on last bullet points?
Yeah, I think a topic that has been hit upon from multiple angles here is that of how do we turn this into an opportunity that isn't about concentrating power, right? And given that I think this is very much technological, and one of the themes of the last 20 years in the scaling of our economy has been, yes, it has scaled up, but it has scaled up in ways that tend to, in many cases, concentrate power. So for me, both, and there's bills that we were talking about during the rooftop lunch being worked on, research that needs to be done that maintains access to everything from the creation to the development to the usage of these tools in a way that empowers end stakeholders, so we have a competitive landscape that can offer multiple pathways, which is not an anti-industry position, but one of empowerment also, so that it can help meet, there are many needs, and we've talked about multiple jobs that may not be the billion-dollar unicorn that makes the news in our tech space, but that are necessary for society and that will provide actually very dignified jobs. What are the uses and the ways in which these tools can help those jobs, the creation of new companies, the creation of new efforts that serve a community and serve it well and actually improve it a lot? That requires that a few players don't hoover up the entire space. And so I think we're really need to work on that.
Appreciate that. Sarah.
Oh, there's so much. I would say worker-centered AI, worker-centered development, deployment, use, and that requires partnerships that are not going to necessarily happen naturally. And so we have to be very deliberate about how we move forward and how we move forward. So innovation can benefit the public, it can benefit consumers, it can benefit workers, and we don't go down another road.
Appreciate that. Irena.
Yeah, for those of you who were here for the first panel, I would connect my last thought to what Jason Elliott said about that 4-degree turn to get to the public good. And I think as we think about deploying any type of AI technology in the delivery of state services, if you really get down to where the services are being delivered and who's doing that work, you will get to the answer of how is it going to have a public good. Yeah. And so I would say really always thinking about getting down to what's that outcome you're trying to get? What is that service you're trying to deliver? Asking the people who do the work, and you will get the right answer on the technology.
Yeah, love that. Sissy.
Agree with absolutely everything Sarah said, and many of the themes that I'm hearing here as well. In terms of worker empowerment, I also think the role government can play is with policies that ensure that happens, because as you said, sometimes those partnerships are not natural ones where all the parties come together willingly, unfortunately. And I also love the idea of labor, employer, nonprofit, and academic collaboration around, bringing all the parties together to work on a specific problem. Like, how can we all come together and design the best workspace that also produces the best outcomes for the consumer, that integrates AI and really get the best data, the best academic thinking, and the input from all the parties.
That's great. And last but not least, Sonia.
So I'll pick up on collaboration. So there's a book I read, and I keep going back to it, and particularly in the AI context, and it's Sapiens by Noah Yuval Harari. And I mean, the main theme there is that, humans sort of survived and thrived because of large-scale cooperation. And I believe even more so that this is an era that calls for large-scale cooperation. And if we can make that a constant commitment, the rest will naturally flow from that large-scale cooperation.
That's the best. Yeah, as you heard from the panel, which is amazing, give them all applause. Amazing panel, thank you all. I think the takeaway for me is really the collaboration piece. It's really sitting down with all of the parties in the development phases and being the whole person in that, and really thinking about the human as we move forward. Again, we are the consumers, and we're also the people that's going to deploy it. And so at the end of the day, we're the ones that are going to have to be the ones that own it in one way or another. And so I think to a lot of Fernando's points. With that, I know probably most of you are really waiting for the fireside chat with the governor. And so I'll have our panelists exit through the door there, and I'll get back to Meredith. Is that where I'm heading?
Thank you so much. Hello. It is time for our special fireside chat. I'm really sorry for the folks standing in the room. This is at capacity, but it just reflects the interest that we have. So as you've heard today, we need entrepreneurial, thoughtful, bold leaders, leaders who are going to look to improve the lives of 40 million Californians and to serve as strategic partners more broadly. We have three amazing leaders for you for this special fireside chat. First, I'd like to welcome my boss, Dr. Jennifer Chase, founding dean of the UC Berkeley College of Computing, Data Science, and Society. Okay. Next, we have the godmother of AI, Dr. Fei Li, Denning co-director of Stanford Human-Centered AI Institute, and the governor of our great state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. All right. Godmother. How do you like that?
You know, I've been asked that question. I would never call myself that way, but there's so many men who are called godfathers of AI. I think I should just accept this.
Accept that. I like that. I like that.
Totally.
And by the way, I mean, I know most people know you, Dr. Lee, but for those that don't know you, why do some refer to you as the godmother of AI?
Wow, what a question. Well, I think, first of all, it means I'm old. Compared to, everybody think how young AI is. But I guess I belong to a small number of computer scientists. Some of them come from California, who have brought in the modern age of AI, especially the three converging forces: big data, neural network algorithm, and hardware, especially GPUs. And many of them happen in California, including my own work.
Including your own work. And Dr. Chase, well, how did you get into this racket in the first place?
Oh, long story. I started off as a physicist and mathematician, and then after 10 years at UCLA as a mathematician, went to Microsoft for 23 years and founded AI labs in the Northeast and in Canada and in Israel. And after 23 years at Microsoft, I really felt like I had to go back to academia and help to create the education that we needed, and especially help to create the workforce that we needed so that it would better serve us. So that it was our own voices and the voices of our communities that would be represented.
Love it. So I know everybody, and thank you all for being here. And I know there have been a number of panels, including the labor panel, which is incredibly important, just prior to this. And a big focus of our executive order that we advanced many months back was focusing on displacement, focusing on training, focusing on workflows and workforce and inclusion and equity and the like. I mean, where are you guys on the spectrum in terms of those issues? I mean, I was just down in Palo Alto yesterday. Lorene Powell Jobs was hosting a convening around democracy, and invariably the issue of AI came up because the issues of truth and trust, disinformation, misinformation, promise, peril, and this whole notion that if we lose trust, we lose those bonds that unite us together, we lose our democracy. Where are you in sort of the spectrum of concern and growing consciousness?
I'm happy to start. I want to start with a little anecdote most people don't know. 5 years ago, 2019, Stanford University leadership and many faculty, some of them are in the audience, started, I think, the country's first human-centered AI institute. And I still remember March was our opening conference, and Governor Gavin Newsom was the closing keynote of that day.
I was only $1, so you got me for cheap.
those of us who were in the audience remember, we're talking about 2019. It was still before GenAI, before ChatGPT. AI was just starting to take off. Governor came and gave a 45-minute speech without a single shred of paper. And you talked about from the technology to workforce to bias to democracy. It was one of the most stunning speeches without preparation. And the undergrads
This is being recorded, right?
the undergrads were so in awe of you. So the reason I say this is because these issues we're still grappling today. We together foresaw that's coming, but I have to say, even as an AI scientist, I did not know the tsunami of Gen AI that would hit us, that about 2 years ago. So where are we with these issues? I think we have a very strong stance, especially coming from Stanford HAI, that we believe AI has to augment people. It cannot replace people. It's not a technology that should take away our collective prosperity as well as individual dignity. And so we've been working really hard on that, right? Advocating for technology that augments, whether it's our doctors, our teachers, our creators, and everybody in the society. I think we are also concerned, especially the potential societal risks this technology has a potential to give us. There's a lot of debate. I don't know, Governor, if you're aware of this whole, human extinction level, crisis. I actually think that's missing the point. That debate is more sci-fi. That is less relevant to today's social crisis that AI could potentially bring to us, whether it's democracy because of mis and disinformation, or labor market shift, or bias and privacy issues. I think these are much more real problems that a lot of our multi-stakeholders in this audience are really working so hard on.
That's interesting. I mean, do you think that gets in number one, do you share that point of view? And if you do share that point of view, is the danger in that then our eyes off the ball and we're not solving for today and tomorrow's problems?
So I am also on that side of it. I really feel that that Gen AI can be a great democratizer if we make sure that we empower everyone to be able to use Gen AI to solve their problems, the problems of their communities. And in so doing, we will find where it's going off track, because there must always be a human in the loop as we solve our problems of our communities with our workers driving that. There will be people in the loop. There will be workers, there will be customers who are receiving those goods and services. And we will see when it's going off track. And I also believe that we really, really need to educate at scale. I mean, we just formed our new College of Computing, Data Science, and Society a year ago. We had our first graduating class in May, a couple of weeks ago, and we graduated 2,246 students. 1/4 of the undergraduates in Berkeley graduated with a computer science, data science, or statistics degree. Wow. And the applications for this coming year were up by 48%. So we are and many of these students come in interested in public service in other areas. So, they're not just coming in to be in the tech industry. They're coming in and realizing that computing, AI, Gen AI can empower them to be public servants, to work in criminal justice, to work in climate change. So I think that if we enable them to do this, and if we actually go beyond the University of California and even the Cal State system, and really partner with the community college system, yes, totally. This is going to be the great empowerer for the state. I really do.
So what is the state of the state from your perspective? And I mean more broadly, as it relates to the anxiety that some of us have that we just don't know what we don't know. That we have a regulatory mindset that we want to make up for the mistakes we made in the past in terms of social media. If we could do that all over again, let's not make that mistake today. That said, doesn't seem like the incentives are necessarily aligned in a competitive free enterprise system. People to voluntarily pull back and self-regulate when we have open source. You turn on 4chan and all of a sudden Meta's large language models are up and available, and there's a hyper-competitiveness. I was just over in the East Bay with a delegation, former Governor Brown, and by the way, pleased to be here with former Governor Davis as well. It's my gubernatorial day, 2 out of the 3 living governors in our midst. And we were talking about the other Pandora's box that's been open on climate change, but invariably, with the delegation of hundreds from China, we entered in this conversation, and then the competitive conversation, and the incentives to dominate from a geopolitical perspective, not just the free enterprise perspective. Where are we in that perspective, or from that frame, from your perspective?
Specifically, first of all, we were supposed to ask you questions. I'm dying to hear your answer to that.
I'm taking advantage. I got the mic.
So I am curious what you think about how California can lead. Look, this is very messy technology, not because it's bad, it's because it's powerful. It's very horizontal. Is a tool, like Jennifer said, that can empower people, but it's also a tool that can harm people. So we are in this very historical moment that there are many forces and tension pulling, and not most of them don't come from bad intention, but they do come from different interests and all that. So my question to you is, as the leader of California State, I finally got my question in, that how do we stay, as we historically have been, innovative, leading, but also lead in both technology as well as societal concern?
Well, and I appreciate that. Doesn't get you off answering my question, but no, I think it's sort of platform thinking in that perspective, and creating an environment where success becomes irresistible, becomes inevitable. And it goes to the issue of human capital. It goes to a formula a lot of us talk about, formula for success. Tom Friedman writes about sort of from a national prism, this notion of the formula for success. We've had a formula for success in terms of a conveyor belt for talent, our education system. Absolutely the UC, CSUs, the privates, as well as the community colleges, which I always appreciate. That's always an applause line, community college. And so that's foundational. And that's part of the secret sauce, pushing out the boundaries, discoveries, and partnerships as it relates to research and development, and maintaining that status. Also maintaining the status of being open and inclusive in the context of getting first-round draft choices from around the rest of the world. We want people to come from all over the world for riches and new beginnings, and so we practice pluralism. And that means creating an inviting and inclusive culture where 3-letter words like DEI are not fighting words. That we believe in inclusivity, we believe in equity, we believe in opportunity, and we want folks from around the globe to feel seen and heard. And that's why the state, I think, is dominated for decades, because we're a majority minority state. 27% of the state is foreign born. We're a universal state. And that state of mind is well understood around the rest of the globe. People come from all over the world to try to understand that secret sauce, but it's foundational in that respect, that diversity being such a profound strength. Creating rules for risk-taking, but not recklessness, and that's frankly bringing me back a little bit to the question and where we are. And I say that, mindful of the conference I was just at as it relates to climate. The world we invented in many respects as it relates to climate solution is competing against us, but we invented it on the basis of our regulatory system. It was the policies that we set that created the conditions where someone like Elon Musk would come in and make big bets and make big investments in electric vehicles because of our vehicle emission standards and the sort of anchoring of consciousness and the consistency through administrations like Governor Davis and Brown and Schwarzenegger and my own that this state means business. And so I think in all of those areas and all that capacity lay somewhere in there an answer to the question. So for me, that's an economic development strategy. And I'll bring, obviously issues around infrastructure, which are foundational as well. And where by the way, just because I'm here with all of you and do have the mic, we just put up a new site, build.ca.gov, which lays out in detail all of the existing infrastructure programs in the state. It's a 10-year, $180 billion plan, of which over $40 billion is actively being invested in the state. It's without precedent in California history, and that's, again, part of that formula, ultimately, for success for California.
Can I follow up on the regulatory question that there is a very interesting bill going around in the state of California, and there's a lot of
last
talks.
count, and there's a bunch of legislative leaders here. I'm looking just at the 4 or 5 I see, 20 bills just represented by these authors. So there are many bills.
Yes, there's an AI bill that's really particularly looking at regulating models of certain size, and there is also concerns about that bill hurting open source modeling as well as little tech compared to it might potentially protect the big tech coming from public sector, coming from little tech. Don't forget, we have big companies, but we also have the world's best startup environment as well. What is your take on, keeping our innovative leadership versus this kind of regulatory efforts?
Well, I'm generally very mindful of the incumbency protection. That mars innovation and entrepreneurialism. And so I'm by definition as a value proposition sensitive to that. I'm intimately aware of one particular piece of legislation you're referring to and will not, by any stretch of the imagination, indulge further in that, since it's a work in progress. And I'm not going to make that mistake. I've made it many times prior. But
it's not a trick question.
No, but this is important. But it goes back to you guys. I mean, look, it's just so interesting to me. And you talked, Dr. Lee, about just 2 years ago. And we could talk about what happened from your perspective 2 years ago that maybe triggered a deeper consciousness for all of us around this thing that's been out there forever. I mean, AI's in everything. This GenAI thing, all of a sudden now we're just like, what's going on in that space? But when you have the inventors of this technology, the godmothers and fathers, saying, help, you need to regulate us. That's a very different environment. When they're rushing to educate people, and they're basically saying, we don't know really what we've done, but you got to do something about it. That's an interesting environment. And I think I'll just end on this and then put it back to both of you. Our challenge is self-evident. I'm just being as transparent as possible. We dominate in this space, as you said. I want to continue to dominate in this space. I don't want to cede this space to other states or other countries. I mean, this is California. 35 of the 50 top market cap AI companies are just right here in our own backyard. So if we over-regulate, if we overindulge, if we chase a shiny object, we could put ourselves in a perilous position. At the same time, we have an obligation to lead because the world, again, we invented. And so where do you land in all of this?
So I have a strong opinion on this. I come from UC Berkeley, which is one of the homes of open source. I believe that keeping things open allows, so having open models, having models which communities can use, which communities can train on their own data, modifying the weights to solve the particular problems of their communities, really empowers us if we do that with humans in the loop. And I believe if we do it with humans not in the loop, it's not going to be effective anyway. But if we're doing it with humans in the loop, then we will be able to see the problems as they arise. We have, and I come from, I was 23 years at Microsoft. I love Microsoft, but if we just leave it to a few big companies, we find that their GenAI does really weird and unexpected things. And I believe that if we were all using it in our communities, if we had educated people through the community college system to be able to create their own GenAIs to solve their own problems in their communities, we would be testing it a lot more. We would be testing it with real people in real situations. So I also believe that's actually the way to make it safer. We will have a lot more people working on it, and the incentives then are much clearer, because the incentives are for communities to empower their own and solve their own problems and put their members on the side of being beneficiaries of GenAI instead of disenfranchised by GenAI.
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer. I think that history has shown us over and over again open models and open source software have played a critical role in the ecosystem of growth. I do agree that you're right, that those of us who have had a history in technology, especially AI, woke up and see how powerful this technology is and agree with the responsibility we have collectively as a society in certain areas. We do need to talk about regulation, especially I think when rubber meets the road, the vertical areas, whether it's healthcare, finance, transportation, environment, many aspects of our life and work, when AI is becoming one of the driving forces, it is important to subject this newer technology to the regulatory framework that we already have. I do think, just double-clicking on what Jennifer said, we have to be a little careful when we are putting newer regulatory framework on the model itself when it's still in development, when we need the kind of innovation. I'll give you an example. My young colleagues just joke, if they want the number of flops to control models, I'll just do 2 giant matrix multiplication. Just make it, 9 million by 9 million, whatever number you want. And then you can regulate by matrix multiplication. That's kind of a joke to show that this...
I went to Santa Clara, not Stanford.
Yeah.
Figure that out one later. Sorry.
It is, sorry for the nerdy example. It just shows that there is unintended consequences, and there are ways of either getting around this regulatory measure or proving it's not totally nuanced enough. So we have to be a little careful with that.
So let me go back to the question, because just interesting, because this. I think personally the most important bilateral relationship in our lifetime is going to be defined with our engagement with China. That's my humble opinion on a multitude of issues. And obviously climate change, I discussed a moment ago, but AI, it seems, and this arms race for dominance in that, and I was with you with President Biden, yes, when we had a roundtable.
You hosted President Biden.
We hosted him a few months ago. We were just in the process of putting out our executive order, which has 7 key principles, including, by the way, sandbox, to begin the iteration process so that we can start socializing on these key issues like traffic management, language access, issues related to healthcare. The next iterations, we have 5 now that are actively being advanced, 3 additional ones very shortly, including on the vexing issue of homelessness, which has some promise that we hope to promote. But in the context of where the president is, where this country is, with your understanding globally where other nations are. Give me the over-under on your concerns, areas of particular interest, areas of optimism.
My biggest concern or interest is America's leadership. And when we were in the room with President Biden, we discussed this topic. I think this technology is so critical for our economy, for our society, for our future, that we need to ensure America, especially as a liberal democracy country, we have leadership. And one of the biggest thing I think we can do to invest into the future is to adapt a moonshot mentality for public sector AI. So when we say public sector, this involves universities, colleges, involves nonprofits, involves government. And the truth is, public sectors are one of the driving forces of this country's innovation. If you look at GPS, internet, biotech, including early AI breakthroughs, they come from public sector. Public sector produces public goods. Jennifer already said one of the #1 public good is our workforce and our students of the future. And that second public good is the kind of curiosity-driven knowledge that can eventually translate into commercializable, products and applications. And the third reason for public good is that public sector helps all of us to understand, communicate, and evaluate what this technology is about. So right now there is a real gap between public sector AI and private sector AI, and that gap is not healthy for a country's leadership. So we should adapt a moonshot mindset. Like the NAIR bill, that National AI Research Resource bill that we have been advocating. And it reminds me California playing a huge role. When I was a graduate student in Southern California, down in Pasadena, it was the time that the stem cell bill was passed, right? It was an incredible investment in public sector and in curiosity and driven research, and California has been leading. So I think in this greater context of the globe, America's leadership in AI is really important.
I would definitely agree with that. I also think that we need, if we are going to do public sector applications, we're not going to build them on proprietary frameworks. We have information in many of our agencies. And that information, if we can train an open source, open model, if we can rejigger the weights in that model with all the information we have in the agencies in the state of California, we can build incredible models for verticals in biomedicine and health, in climate and sustainability, in equitable and fair distribution and more efficient distribution of public resources. So I see being open and going for a state or federal moonshot to do this as absolutely essential. And, you asked about incentives, okay? You as governor, we as members of a civil society have an incentive to improve these verticals for the public good. I'm not sure what the incentives are for the companies. So I think California should lead here.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, this is all familiar territory. I mean, it seems like a decade ago we were putting out, when I was mayor of San Francisco, open data executive orders and talking about putting everything again. I mean, it just releasing in a machine-readable ways, all these things. I think the Obama administration advanced a lot of those same principles, but we're not even close to where it doesn't seem like we made a hell of a lot of progress in this space, and that's a whole nother conversation in terms of the open data space. But what about, where are you implied, and maybe I'll get some clarity, where are you on the open source side of this ledger?
I am on the open source side.
You are.
I am strongly on the open source side. It is with open source platforms that we have put our curriculum on platforms that enable us to, we're working, in fact, we have money from the state to partner with the community colleges in this. I also believe that in government, we can have moonshots where we take open source models and we train them to achieve some of these goals in all the different sectors of public service. So I am strongly on the open source side with a lot of sandboxing and testing as we're doing it to, and also, as we heard in the last panel, we should be, as we build these models, we should be working with the workers who are actually going to be using it and the citizens who are actually going to be recipients of that. And in so doing, we will be testing it. So, so I believe that the solution to a lot of the risks is putting it out there, building things as communities, and testing the heck out of it as we're doing so.
Yeah, totally agree. I think open source is truly one of the greatest fertilizers for innovation, and we have to recognize this moment. There's so much resources locked in a small number of big tech companies. Open source is the way to push innovation forward, is the way to democratize this technology, to democratize the education of this technology. And there are many ways to do it responsibly, but not having it will be detrimental to the progress.
Ultimately. So let's talk about the progress you referenced just 2 years ago. What was there a tipping point for you in terms of the GenAI conversation? You said you were surprised, and as someone who's been a practitioner in the space for decades, arguably, what occurred 2 years ago from your perspective?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we were not surprised. I was not surprised by we reached this point, because as the models are progressing, as this field was rapidly progressing, as a practitioner, it is inevitable. We know that how generalizable and powerful these models will be. But the speed of progress is surprising, as well as just the way that ChatGPT has tore open the market. Now suddenly, it used to be Silicon Valley talks about AI, but suddenly, my grandma will be talking about AI. So that level of reach to our society really was a inflection point. And within this inflection point, what's most interesting is actually the policy world. It is absolutely because of this GenAI tipping point, suddenly we see the interest of the policy world from Brussels to DC to Sacramento. I know you're at the forefront. We were talking about this years ago. Before COVID, you had a whole commission of future of work. But the sweeping interest of AI from the policy world is,
So I agree. We all knew this was going to happen. Having been at Microsoft 23 years, we knew that something like this was going to happen, but we didn't know whether it was 2 years away or 20 years away. It's a matter of scale, and when we were going to reach the right scale wasn't clear. It was going to happen at some point. I think many of us in AI thought it was going to happen further in the future than it did. For me, I had a personal tipping point in using ChatGPT and some of the LLMs. We were doing work on climate change. We were asking, can we drive technological solutions to climate change? There's a great class of materials called MOFs and COFs, invented by a wonderful chemist, Omar Yagi. These materials are incredible. They pull carbon dioxide out of the air. They're painted in chimneys, flue to capture flue gases and pull the carbon dioxide out. It takes about 2 to 3 years for graduates to synthesize one of these materials when someone conceives of it. And we were working with Omar, and some of the students started using LLMs, and we started using them. I mean, we were doing more of the basic science, the fun. We took it from 2 years down to 2 weeks. It's a factor of 50. And, it was visceral in a way that it hadn't been with all the intellectual stuff I knew. And I think different people in different domains have experienced this. I don't think of it as this external thing that's going to take over. I actually think of it as our collective intelligence and stupidity. It's all there, but it is our collective. I think of it more as we are all of a sudden able to tap into a collective with the memory and the processing power of that collective. But I think it's us, and we have to learn how to work with it so that, though climate change is accelerating, we can accelerate more. Though, we're developing problems in human health like the onset of pandemics, we can go faster. We are coming upon crises, many of which are of our own making, and we should have done things before. And I think AI, which is really us, our collective intelligence and stupidity, we have to harness the intelligence part of that to accelerate our solutions.
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate that. And it was a big part of the climate conversation. By the way, just interesting, just reinforcing the framework on technology. Just so you know, we do a 5-year plan through the Air Resources Board. It's updated every 5 years as it relates to what our climate strategy is and how we implement the goals, the audacious goals we set. In 2017, it wasn't that long ago, we didn't even consider, there was no consideration of large-scale batteries in terms of the state's future as it relates to our low-carbon green growth. I say that to make this point. Today's the 53rd day in a row that the 5th largest economy in the world is running 100% on carbon-free electricity. 100% electricity, 53 days. But which is just remarkable to think about that in and of itself. Primarily driven by addressing the biggest challenge with wind and solar, and that's the duck curve through large-scale batteries, of which we now have over 10,000 megawatts. So this notion of materials and pushing out the boundaries of discovery and taking something from 2 years, 10 years, to 2 weeks, to 10 months is extraordinary and gives me deep optimism about so many of the challenging problems. But what doesn't give me optimism, and it goes to the notion of collective intelligence, your frame, is watching congressional hearings. And I don't mean to take cheap shots, but where folks think 5G is still a parking space, the cloud's still in the sky, and LinkedIn's a prison. Apps are things you fill out to get into Berkeley. And I say that to only make the point, our regulatory framework has to sort of catch up to this reality. And I keep going back to this because I think it's probably the most anxiety-inducing thing for a lot of you out there is we don't want to screw this up, but we don't want it to screw us up. And trying to find that right balance. I mean, the reason I did an executive order, it's not an indictment, but trying to find consensus with 120 people is hard enough. And we're talking about 20 plus bills and, trying to find consensus just on one bill and clean up that language. In Congress, in the United States, good luck. That's why the EO came from the Biden administration, not a legislative package. Now I know Schumer and others, we have different strategies. But just give me your lay of the land on that, and how we sort of can land the plane with the immediacy that you suggest. That this genie's out of the bottle. And the exponentials on top of exponentials. This is not the traditional linear curve here. This is something completely different. How the hell do we stay on top of this?
Well, so actually you do bring up a point of I have also done congressional hearings. Now I wonder what you think of the ones I did.
And I'm being purposely unfair. Forgive me. Yeah.
It is so important that we do collaborate with policymakers, including the ones in across the country in Washington, D.C. Look, this is a multi-stakeholder problem to solve. We are only one stakeholder. Stanford HAI, one of our founding principle is policy outreach. This is very different from the traditional Silicon Valley mindset, but we recognized 5 years ago that this technology is too important. We gotta create that communication channel with our policymakers. So we created congressional boot camp. We created fellowships to send technology students to the White House, to the Congress, to Senate, to federal agencies. We have we collaborate with Hoover Institute on policy briefs and continuously create that channel. I think as educators, as public sector, members of public sector, it is our responsibility. I think that is gradually making a difference. We are also paying close attention to certain bills, not all of the bills. For example, the Create AI Act. Right now, that's in both Senate and Congress and bipartisan sponsored. That is one step towards this moonshot mentality. It's really building the infrastructure of this country's compute and data resource for public sector. But I don't know if this answer is satisfying, Governor, but at least as one of the members of the public sector, I feel like these efforts really make a difference. And personally, I think that so many of you at this joint summit have that kind of platform, the voice and the expertise, and I think it's so important that we all participate in this moment and try to push towards these kind of important policy work and communication.
I agree with all of that. Yes. Why don't we?
Thank you.
I agree with all of that, and what I would like to see is that every member of our Assembly and Senate, every member of Congress have an AI person who is with them. I think that we as a country need to produce the AI experts who can really work alongside our legislators, who can cut through the lobbying, who can cut through a lot of the misinformation and really understand what is best for their constituents, what is best for the country overall. I think it's really important that we make sure that it's best for everybody's constituents, because that's how Congress people vote. They vote for their constituents. And I believe if we do this right, if we set up this moonshot, but if we focus on problems that we solve in our own communities, in our own states, that may be a way to shift some of the, I'm not a politician. You are the greatest politician. But in my, in my view, that would be a step towards doing this, to bring that moonshot home for every elected official, to know that they can bring it home to their constituents.
And they can hire Berkeley and Stanford graduates when
and community college grads.
Wait, we need to ask you a question.
I have one more sort of dystopia question, because I met with some fancy folks yesterday, and one of them came up to me, I won't say who, but you would know them, and they said their biggest fear is this will be the last free and fair election of their lifetime. That they're that concerned about deepfakes. And by the way, I've got personal reasons to believe that that's legit. The voice, the videos, these AI bots, the persuasion campaigns, not just outside agitators and actors, but just our own domestic polarization. Is that person being hyperbolic? Am I overstating that concern? Or are we understating that?
I believe it is possible that this could be the last free and fair election. I hope not. The deep fakes are for real. They are very compelling. They can say things to you about your loved ones, they can just, however, I also believe that one of the reasons we're in this situation is because a lot of people have been disenfranchised in this country. A lot of people have been left on the wrong side of the digital divide. And I believe that education, GenAI is so powerful. We can work with different sectors. We can work with communities to empower people so that they can create and they can be the beneficiaries. And I think that until we bring opportunities to people, we are going to be at, we're going to be the victims of misinformation.
Yeah, I do think that the threat to democracy is a real one, and that election, this 2024 election, is a real one to watch. In fact, the Russian invasion to Ukraine is already the first information war, right? We've got a lot of disinformation and misinformation coming from that war, and I think this is going to exacerbate. The way to race against this, I agree with Jennifer, public education is a huge, huge piece of that. We really have to do a much better job collectively in educating our public. We have to do a better job in lifting the public in this moment of technology progress. We cannot be content with this digital divide and a knowledge divide that is exacerbating our society. And we also have to really do some introspection. Part of the cause of all this is this, we haven't really done a good job of social media. And then adding AI on top of that is really a little bit of a double whammy in terms of dis and misinformation. And we have to wake up and recognize that this is our collective responsibility. And maybe 2024 is going to be a defining year in terms of how we view the technology's relationship with democracy.
All right, neither of you calm me with your answers, but let me just, I want to just circle back, and I'm very mindful of the time. I want to go back just this notion, I mean, you talked about the polarization, people feeling this sense of social isolation, lack of belonging, social media impacting some of that, obviously, the micro cults that we're all struggling through, and the doom loops that we tend to be on 24/7, and the impacts that are shaping our society today. But back to workforce and displacement. I mean, in the old adage, anything gets, repeated gets replaced. All these young folks, I appreciated you said a lot of them are coming in because they want to do public service, social service, solve for ignorance, poverty, and disease. A lot of them just want to make a load of money. The mic didn't go out there. And are just racing, to be the next Sam Altman or something. But the concern for that average person, even if they're well educated about the prospects, is that Scarlett Johansson calling me? I don't know. As educated as I might be, I don't know. I mean, is my eyes wide open to be cautious or concerned about that? So that's one concern. But the concern about jobs and displacement in the short run, I mean, we talk about workforce training. I mean, we're in the black and white movie days in 2024 on effective workforce training programs. As good and efficient and effective as the community colleges are, and how good Khan Academy maybe, or what, fill in the blank. This, I mean, if we're talking about the kind of displacement some of you are talking about, and the speed of that displacement, how the hell do we prepare for that? Or again, are we just preparing for a worst case scenario that's unlikely to occur in the short run?
So AI, especially Gen AI's relationship with jobs, we're already seeing it in software engineering and a lot of different sectors, is actually a complex one. Just a few months ago that my colleague leading the Stanford Digital Economy Lab has put out a research study that shows that Gen AI actually augments the productivity of contact center workers. But then if you go into the different tiers of these workers, it actually helps novice workers more to improve their job quality, but it doesn't really improve the job quality of expert or seasoned workers. So how do we use this technology how does that impact jobs? Our friends James Manica and his McKinsey colleagues back in 2017 had this report that jobs are a collection of tasks. And for every given job, it's dozens and sometimes hundreds of tasks. Think about a nurse. I work in healthcare a lot with AI. There's so much opportunity to actually help our workers alleviate the kind of draining and overly exhausting tasks and give them back more agency or give them back time in the case of a nurse, right? Over spending too much time charting or spending too much time fetching medicines when they could spend more time in the patient rooms. This is a way to say that exactly how AI impacts jobs is subject to a lot of just analysis, research, forecasting, and good policy. And it's not black and white at all. There is jobs that can be augmented, but there is gonna be also impacts to certain types of jobs. So humanity as a civilization has gone through this over and over again. And we have seen the pain, sometimes leading all the way to wars and conflicts, but we have come out. Are everybody benefited from the coming out? Not necessarily. So we do, Silicon Valley likes to say, we're gonna see increase of productivity. But increased productivity doesn't automatically translate to collective prosperity. So what we really have to think about is in this process of increased productivity, how do we ensure that the distribution of prosperity is fair, equitable, and responsible?
I was really moved by some things that were said in the last panel about developing the use of GenAI with the workers in those segments of the workforce. And I think if we can do that, we will really be able to help in a lot of jobs. Yes, there will be people who are displaced. The cool thing about GenAI, I knew zero chemistry, okay, and we're doing all these things with these new materials. I was working with a chemist, but it is our collective intelligence, and if people can bring that to bear on what you do day by day, the set of tasks that are in your job, it's really surprising what kinds of breakthroughs you can make. And also the business about helping novices, of course, because they help you to learn the other stages much more quickly. And I think that will also help us in retraining people whose jobs are really made obsolete by this. And by the way, those are probably going to be white-collar workers and not blue-collar workers from what we're seeing.
Well, I appreciate it, and what I'm seeing are a lot of remarkable people that took the time to be here, and I'm grateful to all of you, and grateful for this opportunity. This was a sort of an inaugural idea that came from executive order. This is one of the 7 things that came out of that executive order around training, around human-centered framework in terms of workflows, and around the sandbox and the iteration that we call an RFI or RF2 framework, where it's not ready, fire, aim, but it's not your traditional traditional procurement. Just leave it at that. And we're trying to blow up the entire procurement strategy in this state. And when you're a state that's larger than 21 state populations combined, and you're a state of such profound innovation and entrepreneurialism, we think that could resonate and have impact. But look, what also resonates to me, again, is this notion of humility and grace. Humility in the face of what we don't know, and having a flexible mindset, and having an ethical framework in the work we're doing. And I do want to just express from my perch of observation that there is something that does feel different in this context, that there seems to be a different level of sincerity from some of the innovators and entrepreneurs and the leaders in this space to truly partnership and develop a strategy and a framework moving forward that gives me more optimism than, frankly, I would have otherwise imagined. And the optimism that was not shaped, it's frankly pessimism on the basis of what's happened in the last few decades as it relates to social media. And I'll be candid with you, as someone that's passionate about this space, California's trying to lead, but we continue to be, pushed back by companies that are suing us and slowing down progress. I've got kids, and there's a breaking point here. So truth and trust in this space is, the proverbial coin of the realm. And it's important, but it's having an abundant mindset in that respect or a scarcity mindset to be determined. So what we try to do here is try to engage in an open, with an openness and a sense of purpose and mission. California, again, I just want to leave you. We want to dominate this. I'm too competitive to suggest otherwise. I love this state. I remind all of you, for all those, folks focusing on what's wrong. By the way, what's wrong and what's right is out there in abundance. Whatever you focus on, you'll find more of. But this is a special and remarkable state. And I do think the world looks to us in many respects to lead in this space. And so we feel a deep sense of responsibility to get this right and to work with you to advance this collective cause. So to all of you that participated, all of you who are engaged, we look forward to continuing this two-way conversation for some time. And we're grateful to our two remarkable panelists and your insight and partnership with the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Let's start to go back into our seats for this panel. I know we're running a little bit behind, so we want to really get a chance to chat with everyone for as long as we can. So I'm really excited. My name is John Thompson. I'm with the California Council on Science and Technology. I'm pinch hitting for Meredith this afternoon. Really excited to welcome you back for this special live streamed breakout on generative AI in education and learning. And I'm really excited to introduce our moderator, Ben Cheetah. He's the Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom and is Senior Advisor for the California Cradle to Career Data System, which provides tools to help students reach their goals and deliver statewide information on education and workforce outcomes. He's also served as an attorney advisor to Attorney General Kamala Harris and has been a law clerk and a third grade teacher. So I'm really excited to invite Ben up here, who will take it away for you all.
I want to contextualize this with a bit of a history, a bit of true history, and then I want to jump right in. But the true history is, why are we talking about education in California? It's because it's been a jewel in a model for the world in terms of how we could trailblaze, especially in higher education. But I want you to really think about the last time we thought about education in a real strategic and coherent way, which was 1960 with the Master Plan for Higher Education. I want you to just to imagine how dated our operating system is for education in California and how that outdatedness is totally fucking us in 2024, just to be totally real. And so, just imagine this. The architects of the 1960 Master Plan were people named, it was 10 people, named Clark Kerr, Cornelius, Wilbur. There was one woman, and her name was Mabel. And it should all give you an idea of how dated our operating system really is. What happened was these individuals, Cornelius, Wilbur, Clark Kerr, Mabel, were born in the 1800s. And what they saw was great value and benefit being generated by industrialization. Literally what they saw was Ford in the conveyor belts and the Model T coming off the lines. And so in 1960, when they started thinking about how do we do education, that's what they had in their minds too. Let's optimize these conveyor belts was what was in their mind. And so we created a conveyor belt to the community colleges, to the CSUs, and the UCs. And it's been a beautiful thing. But again, it was 1960. And I want you to really think about how long ago 1960 was, 64 years ago. In 1960, the architects of the master plan, again, born in the 1800s, were asking themselves, what do we do with a 18-year-old high school senior? Which conveyor belt do we sort them into? Lower class, middle class, upper class was basically their question. Just to tell you how dated this is, in 1960, you know who was 18 years old? He was actually 17 years old. President Biden was. So literally, the operating system that we're working off, the logic, the architecture that we're working off, the last major time that we really thought about education strategically and coherently in California, and the last time that became the model for the world, was 64 years ago by people named Cornelius, Wilbur, and Mabel, who were designing for a young 18-year-old Joe Biden. And we really haven't innovated in a very significant or foundational way since. We've been adding a UC here, or a CSU there, or a new program there, or a workforce program here. But it's not been since 1960, beyond all of our living memory. I'm looking around this room and I don't see anybody over 84 here. Beyond anyone's living memory to really know how to change these systems at the foundational level. So with that, I'm so excited to introduce this panel who's going to talk about this moment of incredible change and education. And I'm hoping that we can turn the next slide so I can help to introduce this panel. Oh, it's here. That's what that is. I got handed this thing. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to introduce Fred from stage left to right. Fred Blackwell, CEO of San Francisco Foundation. Anamitra Deb, Managing Director of Responsible Technology at the Omidyar Network. Isabel Hall, Executive Director of the Stanford Accelerator for Learning. Zach Pardos, faculty over at UC Berkeley School of Education, and Allison Scott, CEO of K-Port Foundation. So let's talk about our strengths, which, historically in California has been education and then innovation with AI. What do you see as key ingredients for California to lead innovation and positive impact for society? And I will start off with Dr. Scott.
Awesome. Thanks, Vin. And super excited to be here, excited to think through what the possibilities and opportunities are, as you just laid out for us, to think about this next generation of technology development and the role that education plays. Arguably, what I would say, no surprise to many of those in the room, the most important aspect will be how do we address the longstanding inequality in our education system, and more broadly, that have led to deep inequality in our current technology sector. So we're looking at the next generation of technologies, how do we correct, how do we understand the mistakes that were made, and envision a more equitable future. So we know the challenges that exist. If you don't mind, I'll list a few. 70 years after Brown v. Board, we still have deeply unequal schools here in California. We have disparities in the funding they receive by neighborhoods, in the quality and experience of teachers, struggles with building the overall teacher pipeline, the opportunity to take a variety of STEM courses, and in the area that we're most particularly interested in at K-Port Foundation, in computer science, of which AI is a part. Less than 50% of our high schools in the state offer computer science courses. And in Oakland, where we're based, only about 20% of our high school students are taking these courses. So we are restricting the opportunities that our young people have to engage in the types of experiences necessary to be prepared for full participation in society, not just the workforce. So similar to what you just said, Ben, I would like to ask the question, what tools, policies, and resources must we prioritize to change these structures? How do we reimagine K through 16 education with an intentional focus on equity? And how do we just think very differently than we've thought, to your point, in 1960?
I love it. And I know that there's a lot of sort of broad themes that we're seeing, and especially those who are, in higher ed institutions or intersecting a lot with K-12. I have got a couple of questions for, especially for Isabel, Zach, and Fred. What themes are you seeing, and what are the educators saying? And I'll start with Isabel.
Yeah, so we are seeing educators adopting this technology. There's been a huge rise in adoption by educators. In K-12, students actually are lagging educators. In higher education, it's exactly the opposite, which is really interesting. Faculty is behind where students are. Yeah, anyway. But in terms of themes that we are seeing in addition of this, so this massive adoption by educator is education is actually one of the early adopters of this technology, and it's a theme that is not told enough, in my opinion, where so our colleagues at Stanford HAI did this survey of many different sectors, and this is what they are showing. Educators are adopting, they are early adopters. And within educators, what we are seeing is special ed educators are even adopting this technology even faster. And this is very intuitive to me. Educators are actually innovators. Special ed educators are even greater innovators in that amazing source of talent. So that's one of the key themes that we are seeing. The other theme is, if I may, is on equity. So we have really interesting data coming out, and it's very early days in research on generative AI. Very early days, but the research is suggesting that there is an equalizer effect across multiple areas of learning, whether it's writing, whether it's creativity. Fei Li was speaking about different types of jobs earlier, but there seems to be an equalizer effect. Here is a caveat, when it's used. And so we know that there are lots of inequities in access, in use, in training of schools, of educators, and many other inequities that remain. But the good news here in terms of theme is that when it's used, it's a good thing. And it benefits those that are underperforming the most.
Thank you, Isabel. Zach, you're at the Berkeley School of Ed. You're interacting with a lot of future educators. What are they saying? What are some of the key themes that you're seeing?
Well, actually, my research area is in AI for credit mobility transfer and mastery learning. And I teach a large course in the data science college. And so maybe with that hat on, speaking to what kind of key ingredients I've seen that could lead to innovation, positive impact to society, I want to riff off what you're saying in terms of revising the master plan. So the impact to society would be to massively enhance and expand learner access to quality degrees and certificates. And we heard from the chancellor of the community college system, community college has been played an essential role in that, in both offering quality degrees and also serving as one end of a bridge to four-year degrees. Right? And those bridges are pathways to upward economic and social mobility. And that's why in 2015, New York Times called California's public system of higher education the upward economic mobility machine. But the machine has gotten a little bit dusty, a little bit rusty. And one of the reasons is because in order to create those bridges, you have to find out, and to do 2 years with an associate's degree and then 2 years finishing at a bachelor's at CSU or UC, you have to manually figure out what courses are equivalent from the California community colleges, of which there's 116, to the UC and CSU. And it's just not tenable to manually maintain that. If you were to try to compare courses between the community colleges and the UCs, only looking at courses within similar departments, so the math department at Laney Community College and the math department at UC Berkeley, that's 36 million comparisons you would have to make. So there's just not the resources to really maintain that with new degrees like data science coming out and so forth. And so, well, what's the ingredient? Putting on that researcher hat, in 2017, we got money from the NSF to apply what's now the basis of large language models, neural network to higher education data, and found that there's a substantial amount of information you can infer about what a course is about by looking at enrollment records and using NLP. So in 2019, we were able to predict articulations at about 60%. Now we're able to do at 96%. So using these techniques to essentially align this multi-segmental system, I'm proud to say we're working with the California Community College with a 4-year grant to help facilitate their process to merge the California Community College system. And I think California is moving in the right direction to reassert itself as that leader with AB 1111 for Common Course numbering, AB 928 to try to link the community college system to the CSU and UC through CalGETC. So I think we're going in the right direction.
I love that. And I love that, I will say, like, a lot of what you were talking about, I could put into the language of tech, where it's like we need systems that are better, more interoperable. It's like we need to have more modular, more interoperable systems, and it needs to, and yeah, right now where it's like the systems don't even know how to talk to each other. We have to manually do all those equivalencies, and it's wild.
And storing the data is not solved right now.
Exactly, exactly. And I guess one other note on that too is like, it's kind of like we're working off an operating system from 1960, and we're trying to build all these new apps and programs on top of basically, you know, COBOL or MS-DOS, and it's just wild. Fred, you have a perspective from the foundation, and
yeah, I think in order for me to kind of give folks a sense of kind of the themes I'm seeing, I think it's important to understand kind of what we're doing and who we're running with nowadays. You know, we're a community foundation serving the Bay Area region, and we do that with a North Star that's about creating a greater degree of racial equity and economic inclusion in the Bay Area. What that translates into for us is we've organized our work around 3 themes that kind of revolve around the concepts of people, place, and power. And the people work is really about removing systemic barriers to opportunity. The place work is really about assuring that where you live or what your zip code is not a sentence to the lack of opportunity, but a springboard to opportunity in the Bay Area. And the power work is really about the recognition that people have to have agency over the things that are happening to them, their families, and their communities around these issues. So what that means is that we end up working with donors who are interested in those issues. We end up working with policymakers, and we end up working with community-based organizations that are on the front lines of kind of dealing with a lot of these issues around equity and inclusion. As a result of that, what we see and what we come into contact with is a lot of organizations and individuals that are still recovering from the pandemic. So one of the themes that we see, or among the themes that we see, is organizations that are very much focused in on meeting immediate basic needs and kind of trying to organize communities around advocacy to make sure that their basic needs are being met. We're interacting with organizations that are working with school districts and schools that are very concerned about the learning loss that occurred during the pandemic. And so I think what I see is, and what we see is, both a combination of optimism about what new approaches can bring, particularly new approaches that are associated with technology and AI, but also a combination of clear-eyedness around what previous kind of innovations and technological advances have and have not done for the communities that we have been focusing on, and the kids and individuals and families that have been there. But also a struggle to really think about how you simultaneously look towards this innovation, which feels like it's on the horizon, and for a lot of us, it's right in front of us. But at the same time, keep your eyes on the prize around the issues that we see revolving right around us, which have to do around public safety, around learning loss, around violence that people are experiencing in their communities. And so there's this kind of disconnect between being able to see and grasp the opportunity on the one hand, but having the capacity to simultaneously meet basic needs while you're thinking about what's on the horizon.
Absolutely. I feel like your perspective from the community, sort of what human beings actually need in order to thrive, and how that intersects with, how do we actually manage this transition or this innovation, is, I don't know how you all feel, but I oftentimes feel like it feels like every problem all at once. It feels like trying to figure everything all out. It feels wildly complex. Anamitra, I'm especially interested in your perspective when it comes to some of the key challenges, particularly for GenAI and education and learning. What do you see as some of the key challenges?
Yeah, thank you. And all my counterparts here work so well in the specifics of education and learning. And at Omidyar Network, we work on kind of reimagining critical systems, especially in markets, technology, and belonging, for more equitable and inclusive societies. And so when we look at this time, there's a couple of things that I'll say that just sort of guide us. One is digital technology's got a free pass for a long time. We've seen its transformative potential. We haven't really done a lot to shape it. And we really believe that democratic society and democratic values should shape technology and not the other way around, right? I think that technology should be in service to the values we want to enshrine in our society, and that's really important. And then the second thing, which is very particular to this moment, is if we want to solve for the risks that are coming later, and there's a lot we don't know, there's a lot of opinions, there's a lot of predictions, we have to start by focusing on the risks we know are here and now today. We have to focus on the things that people have been saying for years need to be worked on. And those things are here and now today, and we can start with those, and that will build the societal resilience and capacity to allow us to think about the problems of the future, but we've got to start with the ones that are today. And the people who've been leading on that are some of the people we're really proud to partner with. In terms of specifically on this, to just broaden it a little bit, look, as everyone's been saying, we cannot have better education and learning without making sure that the promise of this technology is equally accessible to everybody. That is just a base case, I think. That's just something that we cannot do without. The other two things I would say, just to bring in two other points into the room, is, and borrowing from a previous panel, there's a temporal element to what's going to happen with work, talent, jobs, preparedness, et cetera, right? There are some things that we can plan for that'll come 7 to 10 years down the road, and there are some things that are going to happen right now. And some of the work that's being disrupted, some of the work that's being affected, are quite different than some of the stereotypes we've had before about other technologies. This is going to go across classes, it's going to go across traditional definitions of blue and white collar, et cetera. And so I think it's really important to prepare for that, to build those coalitions, and to involve workers and workforces in the bargaining and the value sharing agreements that mean that the prosperity that's created is actually shared. It's collective prosperity, as someone said earlier. Like that I think is one of the key challenges that we have to solve. SAG-AFTRA gives us an example. Someone earlier mentioned the AFL-CIO Tech Institute's partnership with Microsoft. there's industries like video gaming that have been more receptive to unionization and worker power and worker voice and representation. But without workers at the table, without workers at the decision-making tables, we're not going to solve for a bunch of the problems around shared prosperity. And then the last thing I'll say is, look, we're really focused on making sure that one of the voices at the table is one of the voices that are the super users of this technology, and that's youth. Youth and youth-led organizations are going to be the people we should listen to a lot. Not just when it comes to using the technology, but also when it comes to policy, guardrails, checks and balances around what this technology should be able to do and what it should not be able to do. And we saw this firsthand in California when we supported the age-appropriate design code, which was led by a whole bunch of youth-led coalitions, and lawmakers and policymakers listened to the evidence differently because they were heartfelt stories from the real super users of the technology. We need to listen to the people we need to broaden the stakeholder tables. It has to include intergenerational learning and youth-led organizations. And that element of learning and policy change has to, I think, be something we solve for to make sure that this is really shared by everybody.
100%. That reminds me, Isabel, of something you were saying earlier about how oftentimes the student and the teacher in the classroom might not, the student actually might know more about AI and its uses and applications. Similarly for you, particularly in GenAI and education and learning, what do you see as some of the key challenges?
Yeah, so there are many of them, and I will build on Anamitra's points, but obviously we discussed about equity, safety in schools, huge issue. So one bias, we could go on a long list, okay? But in education specifically, one of my greatest concerns right now is that a lot of the applications are for efficiency. What I mean by this is that it's a lot of tools that are saving people's time, and in particular educators' time, which we on your point, Ben, earlier about do we want to change our existing systems and evolve them, or do we want to make existing systems faster, which is what efficiency is about, is making existing systems faster, not necessarily better. So that's actually one of my concerns right now as we are looking at this wave of innovations and the tools that are emerging. It's a lot of tools that are lesson planning tools to save an educator's time, and a lot of great things. And I'm not saying efficiency is not a good thing, but we also need to think about new creative solutions, new forms of assessment, new pedagogies, new curricula, and we need to have educators at the table to do that.
Absolutely, please.
Can I just add one quick thought, which is I think that another concern, to your point, Isabel, is that we're not just focused on the tools themselves and what tools can do in education, but more importantly, how are we preparing our young people to be critical of technologies and critical consumers of technologies, and asking real questions, interrogating, who creates the technologies, who's impacted by the technologies, what are the harms, what are the potential harms, and their approach to developing technologies becomes very different and becomes more deeply informed by that process.
Absolutely. That makes me think about, I think education, I think this panel has the hardest job out of the whole, which is to say that, every industry is being disrupted, whatever you want to call it, it's being affected by AI, as is education and pedagogy and teaching and learning. We're going to want to incorporate it in different ways. So we got to deal with that problem. But we also have to deal with another problem, which is the thing that we're aiming at, which is careers and skills and whatnot, is also shifting dramatically. Yep. So we need to think not only tactically about how we change education, but strategically as well. But on top of that, Allison, what you're saying is education rightly has this role in creating a good community and sort of a civic mind, all that stuff. And it's how do we actually educate them to be good persons and good Californians and good Americans? And it's oh my gosh, that's so many different problems altogether. But with that said, Fred, I'm curious, what kind of investments and collaborations work well or are needed to work together more effectively in the public interest? Mm-hmm. I heard earlier folks were saying around, can AI be the equalizer? Is this actually, half people say it's utopia, half people dystopia. So what do you think are some of the safeguards that we need to make sure we're especially intentional about?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions in there. I'll just start with just answering the chief question here, which is, can it be an equalizer? And the answer is yes. And I think it's an unequivocal yes. And there are a lot of things that we need to be doing differently in order to actually manifest that yes. I think one is investing in the communications and the narrative around this is really important. I think we've all seen the doomsday Terminator-like scenarios around where this is leading. And we've heard a lot of the scenarios around it's taken everybody's job. And I actually don't think that narrative is the narrative that's going to advance equity and equality in this evolution, because it suggests a certain amount of inevitability and lack of control. One of the things that somebody told me recently, which actually was very motivational for me, was that yes, there's an element of this where AI may take some people's jobs, but the real thing here is people who use AI and know how to use it effectively are going to replace people who don't. That is a very different frame than the frame of this stuff is just going to come and it's going to displace everybody. Because when you think about it in that way, you think about what are the kinds of skill sets that I need to develop, that I need to instill in others in order for them to continue to be competitive in whatever market they're in. I think another thing is we've all heard the phrase garbage in, garbage out. And it's very clear that what AI does is mine all the data that's already out there. So to the extent that all of that data is infested with biases, inequality, inequity, that means that we are basically bringing that into the ecosystem for AI. And so we've got to think about what kind of data we're bringing into this, whose data is being brought into this, the biases that are being brought into it, for it to be an equalizer, because if we don't, it'll just reinforce the existing biases and inequalities that are already out there. So I think that those are two very important investments that we have to make. And a third one that I would say is we've got to invest in the absorptive capacity of community organizations, school districts, and classrooms to actually understand this, and the ecosystems that surround students to understand this, if we expect for students to be able to really absorb it themselves. And so an investment in not just the schools and the students, but the ecosystems that these schools and students operate in, the families, the community groups, the communities that they grow up in, that's also going to be prerequisite to making sure that this is a great equalizer.
100%. Isabel, same question. What are some of the investments and collaborations that you think are needed to work together to more effectively, get AI leveraged in the public interest?
Yeah. I think about some of the equity barriers in 4 buckets, 2 that are old ones in my mind, and then 2 that are new ones. So the 2 old ones are digital divide, which we have done a lot of work. A lot of you in the room have done a tremendous work improving, but we're still not there in broadband access in particular, and we need that to use some of those tools. Those tools also, those GenAI, to get access to the best models can be expensive. $20 a month is not cheap. I know that this is improving by the day, but still it's a huge cost for our school districts, for many of us. So that's the digital divide. Then there is the use divide, which you alluded to, Ben, which is, right now a lot of people in our school districts, in our colleges, are not educated on AI tools. So there is a huge use divide that's emerging across school districts, across our nation, and certainly in California, the same. And then the 2 new ones, bias for sure, is a new one with AI that has been emerging. We are doing some work at Stanford with a Black GPT model, for example, to alleviate some of those biases around racial biases. But there is a lot more work to do on language, in particular cultural irrelevancy, and other areas of inequities on biases. And then the last one, which is one that I am personally a little worried about, which is not spoken enough, is a divide around who has access to technology and who has access to human. So think about the area of tutoring, which if you go back in ages, tutoring used to be accessed by very wealthy families, and still as of today, it is a case. We have done a great job at making it more equitable, but could we be evolving with AI technologies toward a future where underprivileged kids have access to a machine tutor and more privileged kids have access to a human?
I think, Isabel, that's a great sort of, manifestation of a lot of what we've been talking about here, which is we know that when there's a new bounty coming down the pike, that it's going to be what's going to happen with it is an echo of our existing society, which is inequitable. And I feel like we've been talking about equity and inequity, this whole time. My next question has to do with, what's the role of each of your organizations to play to close the key equity gaps that we've been talking about that may be accelerated by AI? Zach, I'm going to start with you.
Maybe talk about two nuanced equity gaps and what organizations can do. So one is adopt open source and transparent tools and approaches, and also produce open source and transparent approaches. There's a popular blog titled "Just Show Us the Blanking Prompt," which is in response to all these libraries and products and services that are really just prompts inserted into the ChatGPT interface. And we're just really hungry, everyone is, to know, okay, what's your prompt? Because we're learning. So at this nascent stage of using language models in education, I think it's important to share what are these prompts that are being used behind educational technologies. And as Jennifer Ardeen said, UC Berkeley is big on open source. And so that's why we spent the last 3.5 years developing an open source intelligent tutoring system, the first such one, with Creative Commons content for algebra, and statistics, and we developed it in collaboration with Mission Community College, and it's also being developed in our own backyard in mathematics and chemistry courses. Related to that, another gap in equity that can be narrowed is domain expert versus engineer. So when a new technology like these LLMs come out, there's often this usurpation of power being usurped, where the first adopters all of a sudden make decisions that usually the domain experts made. So as an example, we ran an experiment with the tutor where generative AI created a hint to give to a student, and we want to evaluate the efficacy of that hint. We want it to be a kind of open-ended hint. It ended up in practice outputting the wrong kind of hint. We didn't like it at all. It gave students the answers. And then I realized we had our engineers write that prompt, but we have a whole content team of undergrads who were past tutors who we should have involved in the prompt engineering. So watch out for that, right? Go right to the domain experts and involve them in this process.
That's a really helpful, very practical tip. Allison?
Yeah, so we are very excited about this conversation, and at the K4 Foundation, we believe this is an incredibly pivotal moment for us to really drive action. So we are excited to announce, in partnership with the San Francisco Foundation and Omidyar Networks, we are committing a joint initial investment of $25 million to support the advancement of responsible. Yay! Thank you, team.
Breaking news. I love it.
$25 million initial investment to support the advancement of responsible, equitable, and ethical AI in California in a couple areas: education, talent development, and worker power, which we heard about earlier, the development of new technologies to address inequities, and in the advocacy for appropriate regulations and policies. And so I want to give my two colleagues an opportunity to add anything else.
Yeah, I guess for us, the real idea here is not that we are creating a new funding area that's about AI. It's really about asking the question, how does this fit into the work that we are already doing and enable us to do it better and more equitably? And I think one of the areas for us where we are super engaged in kind of trying to be responsive to the problem from every angle that we can think about is around housing. So we're really thinking about how this tool can really be instituted or integrated into the things that we're doing around housing, seeing what kind of pilots that we can test. Foundations are good at certain things. We're good at funding research, we're good at supporting innovation and putting pilots out there and really trying to see if there are ways that we can lift up what works so that it can be adopted by government. And so all the things that we're thinking about in terms of investment revolve around those concepts. Very excited, though.
And for us, I think what we're trying to do is to say that we've got partners here that are doing incredible work in California, and where are the areas in which we can really add some value in supporting them. And that comes down to 2 or 3 areas that we really care about. One is, mainly because California is an incredibly sizable test pilot for real solutions, real experiments. It's a multiracial democracy. We can do a lot here if we get it right. And it means that we have to do a lot to get it right as a community. So one is to broaden the way in which people think about policy stakeholders and who's at the table when policy is made. I think that's really critical right now. We have lots of partners who are doing this. And we can't treat this as a tech policy issue, although it is very technically complex. We have to treat this as a whole of economy, whole of society issue. So that's one of the things that we care a lot and are putting some money behind. The second is that, as I said, a lot of the effects of this will be felt by real people. And so whether we talk about consumer protection, whether we talk about regulation in applied areas, whether we talk about workforce development and workforce protection, all of that's really important. And finally, look, we believe that you don't get great innovation that's competitive, innovative, and fair without actually having public access and open access to technology stacks, data sets, et cetera. And so I think a large part of this is how can we really unlock great innovation that'll last 20, 30, 40, 50 years by making sure we're investing in structural solutions today. So that's a big part of our sort of support here. So it's great to be on this journey with everybody.
I love what you're let's give him a round. It really is remarkable. And I love the approach, too, because it's not, I think that a lot of people look at things like AI as though it's like an app or a program. But it's like, we have to look at these operating systems. And so a lot of what we've been talking about here, equity and inequity, information and access to information and transparency. We've been talking about power and community. These are the things we talk about anyway, whether it's AI or not. It's just AI adds a whole new flavor to all this. And as Californians, we have seen this a couple times through, and it's our responsibility to steward this in a way that, frankly, we did better. We didn't do a great job last couple of times. We can do a better job this time around. With all that said, there are a lot of summits and meetings about GenAI, especially in this town. What's something for the good of California students and lifelong learners that we can make happen in the next few hours of this gathering, although that's very ambitious? So I guess, what is your call to action? I want to ask this to every one of you all. Just what is something that we can be thinking of doing or trying to put our energy behind so that we're actually, engaging in this moment of inflection? I'll start with Fred.
I guess my 20 seconds, I would say, the way that we get to a situation where everybody's thriving and benefiting by this or from it is by starting with and focusing on the folks who are least likely to.
Anamitra?
That's fantastic. Fully agree. And I would say, it's sort of like the old saying, if you want to go far, go together. I think that what I want all of us to reject is the notion that we don't have the collective shared experience or expertise to solve this very complex problem together, but it does need to happen together. And so I would say if we can all find partnerships and do more collaboration, I think we have a better shot at getting this right.
Love it. Isabel?
Yeah, we speak, just to echo some other discussions for the day, we discuss a lot about humans in the loop, workers in the loop. For education, I would like to see educators in the loop and education systems that are built for education with educators.
Love it. Zach?
Yeah, I would say for investors or for all of us, make a commitment that is your investment, is your organizational strategy, is your research applying generative AI, creating more agency for students, right? We want to change the application of this technology creates more degrees of freedom. Because of GenAI, there's this kind of mentality of automation, and that can be taken too far, that mentality. It's kind of a valence of a conversation, and just to watch out for that.
100%. And Allison, let's wrap us up.
All right. The only thing I would add is just let's not let this moment pass us by. We all attend a bunch of summits and meetings and task forces. Let's use this moment to think very differently. And if we can each take 2 actions, this seems like a very complex problem. Lots and lots of different aspects that we need to look at it from to address it. But we can all take 2 actions leaving this room and invite funders to join us as a collaborative to think about how we can deploy funding strategies. Our government partners, our nonprofit partners, our academic partners, everyone can take 2 actions out of this room we'll be on our way.
I love it. And with that, I'm hoping you give the panel a round of applause. And thank you all so much for joining. And hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ben.
She is the secretary of California's Government Operations Agency, leading the state's GenAI work. And previously, she was California's Chief Information Officer and head of Department of Technology. And please join me in giving a warm welcome to Secretary Tan.
Thank you, Daniel. And it is my pleasure to invite up on the stage with me the panelists. Let's start with Leanna Bailey-Crimmon, California State Chief Information Officer and Director of California Department of Technology. And then we have Administrator Robin Carnahan from U.S. General Service Administration. Let's give her a round of applause. And let's welcome to the stage Mr. Daniel Ho, who is the faculty at Stanford Law School and Senior Fellow, Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. And then we have Mr. Chris Manning, who is the faculty at the Stanford University and senior fellow, also at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. Last but not least, let's welcome Mr. Mattea. Oh, are you going to need to help me say your last name?
It's okay, Zaharia.
Zaharia, who is the co-founder and CTO of Databricks and a faculty at UC Berkeley. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we know that this is our last panel of the day, and I heard it has been a tremendous conversation throughout the day. And we want to make this panel as energetic as much as possible, even though we know we are standing between you and the closing remark and a wonderful reception at the rooftop. So if any rewarding, if you haven't been to the rooftop, if you missed lunch, the rooftop reception is worth the wait. All right? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just open it up with maybe ask 1 minute, includes a little bit of a thought sharing by each of the panelists on why you're excited about the innovative ecosystem and infrastructure. But when you're wrapping up that thoughts, if you can throw in a little fun facts about something that others do not know about you. See, that's a challenge. We want to, spice it up this panel a little bit. So with that, how about Liana? Start with you.
Well, thank you, Secretary Tong. As the State Chief Information Officer, it's so exciting. I mean, technology is at the source of this next industrial revolution as we think of the intelligence revolution. And when we think of technology and advanced technologies like generative AI, it's going to change the way we look at government operations, how we live, how we work, how we communicate. And so being state CIO, it feels very exciting that we get to be a part of this, this change in society. In addition, as we think about people first, security always, and also leading with purpose, it's important when we think about our constituents, when we think about our workforce, putting people first is all about what we're trying to do. And then we're also thinking about security always. Our job as we're thinking of deepfake and as we're thinking of generative AI potentially creating threats, we also want to use that generative AI to defend against that. And as we think of leading with purpose, we all are looking at digital equity, and lucky that we were author of the Digital Equity Plan on behalf of California, so making sure that when we look at the digital divide and when we look at incarcerated individuals and others that are marginalized, how we make sure that technology doesn't continue to do that. So my fun fact is I take defense very seriously. I have a black belt in karate. Yes, I got that 20 years ago. So when I think about defense, I take that to the fullest extent. So that's the fun fact about me.
Let's give her a round of applause. Let's not get her on the bad side at a black belt. Administrator, how about you?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Amy. It's great to be out here. I am from the Biden administration. I run an agency called the General Services Administration. You might not have ever heard of that, but we have the biggest real estate portfolio in the country. We buy over $100 billion worth of goods and services on behalf of government agencies, and that includes a lot of technology. So we really are the place that is the first stop for if government wants to build new tech, if they want to buy new tech, and we try to connect people and talent so not everybody has to reinvent the wheel. And so when it comes to AI, we've got a big role to play in all of it, in part because we're the home of what we call shared services of government. Goes back to that not reinventing the wheel thing. And I don't know if anybody in here has heard of a thing called FedRAMP. Anybody heard of that before? Yeah? Okay, so it is the gateway that every cloud-based tool has to go through or service has to go through before it can be deployed in the government. So that is housed at GSA. I could talk about that all day, but I won't. It needs to improve a lot, and just know that we're focused on that. But we also do things like a single sign-on service called login.gov so that you can do that with ease. California has deployed that, as have some other states, and appreciate your leadership in that. But we also help agencies like the Treasury Department, for example, that recently built a thing called Direct File, which is a free online tax filing service, which is sort of remarkable that we haven't had one of those before. So bravo to all the team for that. So there's lots that we do at GSA. When it comes to generative AI, there are huge opportunities. We've got teams that are working on pilots. We've got 150 pilot projects, 132 different tools that are being experimented with. But it really is about aligning all of the speed of change and trying to keep up and like live this dream that we all had 20 years ago about how you really could use data to provide better, faster, and cheaper service to the public. But we have to do that while balancing the values that we care about in a democratic society. And I think that really is the great challenge. Fun fact for me, I don't have a black belt, but I do fly planes, so I'm an instrument-rated pilot, and an avid mushroom hunter.
Ooh. Oh. So that must mean you're a cook then.
I like to do that too. Yeah.
Wonderful. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Administrator. All right. How about you, Daniel?
Well, I think we're living in this moment of possibility for institutions. And let me give you a kind of personal anecdote of what happened just months after everyone was sort of wrapped by ChatGPT of a kind of smaller institution at home. When one of my colleagues called me and said, Dan, we both had at that time 6-year-olds, and said, Dan, you have to try this. We have changed entirely how we do bedtime story through a combination of ChatGPT and DALL-E. I enter a prompt, tell me a children's story that ends with a twist about a 6-year-old named Naomi, and then we illustrate that story. It's completely revolutionized how we do bedtime story. I tried the same thing. Tell me a children's story about a girl named Louisa that ends with a twist. And what I got was the absolute worst version of Grimm's fairy tales. Right? So the first story that came out was Louisa went to shop for a dress with her mom. The mom didn't want to get the dress. Louisa ran outside, was almost hit by a car that swerved, killed an adult male, and Louisa ran away from home, never to be seen from again. And that is this moment we're in, this moment of possibility, but also the risk of seriously scarring inadvertently a 6-year-old. And that really is this conversation we're having about how to seize that possibility while also putting in the right kinds of safeguards. My fun fact is that actually many years ago, I interned at the Commonwealth Club. So I was happy to see, that this is a nicer digs than what we had back today.
Great. Thank you for that, Daniel. How about you, Chris?
Okay, so I think for a really long time, California has just lived a little bit further into the future than the rest of the United States. And that's being repeated again in the age of generative AI. So depending on which statistic that you measure, somewhere between 60 and 80% of generative AI in the United States is happening inside California. Now, California is a big state, but that's still an incredible statistic since, by population, we should be around 12, 13% of it happening here. And for what we're talking about here of innovation ecosystem, I think our eyes are very often drawn to the biggest tech companies and the huge startups. They've got very good PR people that draw our eyes. But for the innovation ecosystem, I think it's really important that we're looking at the entirety of that ecosystem, the education, the startups, the weekend hackathons, all of these things are educating people and making them it possible to have the next era of productive California success. For my fun fact, my first full-time job was in government. This was in Australia. I was a computer systems officer at the Department of House of Representatives. And so my fun fact for the under 50 set was I was involved in doing the first networking, putting Ethernet through the Parliament House. And in those days, Ethernet was this thick coax cable. And if you wanted to add a computer to the network, what you did was you got out an electric drill and you had to drill vertically through the coax, being kind of careful because you had to hit the wire in the middle or else it didn't work. And then you put in a drop, and that was how you did networking. Bit different to these days.
But I guess with Chris on that, I bet AI does not know how to do that.
Probably not.
Thank you for that. Mattea, how about you? Let's wrap up the intro with you.
Sure, yeah. So California is, I think, an amazing place for anything in innovation. I've been very lucky to be part of that for a while, coming in as a grad student here, first at UC Berkeley, and then being involved in a lot of the open source infrastructure people are using for big data and machine learning. Even now, that a lot of it was launched out of UC Berkeley, and I'm really excited to see what will happen next with AI. What I saw in that space is, there's one thing the web companies were doing, placing ads, doing search, stuff like that. Then there's another thing that governments, companies and industrial companies, healthcare providers, and so on needed to do. It's very different, obviously very valuable, and I'm really excited about what we'll be able to do with GenAI there. And fun fact about me, I don't fly, I don't do karate. I did learn to walk really fast, living in Berkeley, having to go up the hill all the time. So thanks.
Thank you for that. Well, before I go into a question, and the next question I'll probably post for both Liana and Administrator, if that's okay. I do want to give a recognition that, in case you didn't know, that our former Governor Gary Davis is in the audience. Let's give him a round of applause for welcoming him, for spending the whole day with us. All right, so Liana and Robin, I'll pose this question to you. How can governments at all levels leverage GenAI and the strength of sectors and leaders who are here today to lead in innovation and positive impact to society?
You want to go?
You go first.
Just playing off what you said, I really do think, and I think all of us know that this is this unusual moment that we really have been waiting for 20 years. But the challenge of this moment is figuring out how to strike that right balance between moving with all deliberate speed so that we can actually deliver for the people that we serve, but in a democratic society, having our values embedded in that. And I think it's an absolute thing that all of us need to be thinking about, whether we're in government or in the private sector. And as we think about it at GSA and across the federal government, I focus on sort of three values that really matter. The first is security, obviously. It's about security and privacy of people's data and information. It's about security of our systems. It's about our national security. The second we can't forget to think about is accessibility. It's the job of the government to serve everyone. We don't choose our customers, as people do in the private sector. We serve everyone. And so making sure that we have a seamless, easy experience that can meet everybody where they are is really important. And then the last is responsible, right? And what I mean by that is not just ethical and legal, compliance, but it's about transparency, right? It's about accountability. And ultimately, we have got to, as I often say, optimize for trust. Because many of the root fundamental data sources, foundational data sources, are government data. People are going to be using that data. They're going to be building on that data. We need to understand how that's being used. We need to understand data ownership issues. We need to have transparency in all of this so people have some level of trust. So that's how we are thinking about it at the federal level. We are doing a lot to bring folks into our teams to upskill people. We're looking for talent all the time, and we're upskilling our colleagues. We were just talking about a training that we're doing with Stanford that's already trained 5,000 federal employees, and that's opened up for state and local folks as well. So if you have a .gov or a .mil email address, you can have a free training put together by Stanford. But the community of practice that we're trying to put together here that spans government, because we're all dealing with the same issues, is a really unique moment for us to be able to shape this policy in ways that make sense. So that's what we're very focused on.
Thank you, Robin. Liana?
We always say where California leads, others follow. Other than I know the federal government.
But if we get together,
we actually visited each other not that long ago, huh, Secretary? But as we look at Governor Newsom and the executive order, it really established, one of the first in the nation, a very balanced approach. As you were just saying, it's about the benefit to society, but also making sure we're looking at the guardrails and the risks. And so one of the things that we're looking at through the executive order is, what's exciting is the proof of concepts, to be able to, through our benefits and risk guidelines, to look at true business use cases that we are struggling with. I really feel like this is an opportunity to accelerate transformation. I don't know about you, but I still have transactional systems that still run on assembly and COBOL. I know Davis doesn't want to hear that that we've gotten rid of all that, but we still have some of those systems. And could GenAI go through hundreds of thousands of lines of code that typically has had multiple documentations, different individuals that have probably retired or not around? How can we take that power of generative AI, bring that together, and it actually tell us where all those lines of code come from, what was the purpose of that code, and actually generate options of maybe streamlining and modernizing? Wouldn't that be wonderful to be able to accelerate the ability to modernize? Also, reach. It allows us to reach, as we talk about human-centered design, as we're talking about using generative AI in a way to break down language barriers. Imagine it doesn't matter what our native language is, but that if we needed to get assistance or benefits, that we were able to translate, it could help us determine where to go and what we need to do to save lives. California has continued to lead the way. Artificial intelligence, CAL FIRE last year, 2023, Time recognized them as the Innovation of the Year. It recognized 77 new fires that were happening before 911 calls came in. Now it's just artificial intelligence. Imagine generative AI being able to take that data and be able to generate draft emergency messages that could go out to different groups and someone be able to review and say, this is where it's at, this is who needs to be contacted, is it the fire, is it police? And because we know in the time of a disaster, time is of the essence. So I see technology as a means to improve society, but I also want to be realistic that we all are at a junction point in society. We also have to make sure that it's the right solution, because it's not, I would say, every nail you don't need a hammer for. So do you need a finishing hammer, or you need a sledgehammer? You need to make sure you're selecting the right technology. So I feel like this is an opportunity for us to put the right guardrails, look at risk, and also to establish the right solution. So I'm excited. I feel like it's here, and we're ready to work with the federal government and locals and academia to make this happen for California.
So talent, workforce development, Center of Excellence, and all of these risk-based beneficial use with guardrail, it's really where we need to look at, and a holistic approach.
Let me just say one more thing. I wanted to mention we put out a buying guide. Ultimately in government, your values are reflected in what you buy, right? Because we buy a lot of things, and so we've put together sort of the first version of a generative AI procurement guide. This is for procurement officials in government, right? So they're ultimately the people that are responsible and have to sign their name whenever they buy anything. And so we've written this in plain English. We put some of these guardrails out there. We'd love people's feedback on that, but we feel like that is a very practical step to help people avoid being sold like something just because of the name that they don't really need.
Thank you for that. Let's switch gear and talk about public investment. We have heard from a previous conversation, especially in the academia area, that researchers need more resources, and how do you keep up with the progress or the pace of the private sector? This question to Daniel, Chris, and Matteo, maybe the three of you can take a run at it. What type of public investment that you believe is crucial?
Yeah, I think it's such a great question. Let me just respond a little bit to, I think, a really a great point that Liana made, which is just the ways in which we can transform legacy systems. One of the federal agencies that we worked with had an advanced kind of research cluster. But in order to actually translate the machine learning system into operational practice, essentially what they had to do was take a random forest kind of decision tree model and translate it into COBOL code, just so it could be put into operational practice. And being able to modernize that and actually update these code bases.
You say that in a way that you feel like you're shocked.
I am no longer shocked. But the other thing I'll say about that, in terms of the ability of generative AI to help us, translate COBOL code, is, in Jen Pahlka's brilliant book, Recoding America, she also tells the story of how much of this isn't merely a kind of focus on technical solutions, because of the kind of institutions that these technical systems are embedded in. And so she's got this chapter about the new guy who is handling unemployment insurance cases. And one of the protagonists, Marina Nitze, who's shadowing him, goes up to Jim and says, after shadowing him for a while, and says, like, why do you call yourself the new guy? And he says, well, I only have 17 years of experience deciding unemployment insurance claims, and it's really the people that have 24 to 25 years of experience that know how to resolve these claims. And that is a result of complex regulations that can be really difficult for human beings, let alone technical systems, to kind of implement. And that, I think, is another area of possibility where generative AI systems, large language models, can be really actually quite powerful at spotting ways in which we could simplify and harmonize these kinds of regulatory requirements. Now, to the public investment question, I'll just hit it briefly because I really want to hear what Chris and Matej have to say. But just building on what Feifei said in the earlier panel, I'm a huge proponent of the National AI Research Resource proposal championed by HI. But I think one thing that's really important to note is a lot of people think it's only about compute, but it is just as much about data. Part of the reason why the AI ecosystem is so focused on private sector applications is that public sector data is often the most valuable data, is often hard to get access to. And the one story I'll tell is just when the US Geological Service made its Landsat satellite imagery available for free, the estimate is that it generated $3 to $4 billion annually in benefits. When it used to cost about $200 for every single little image tile, and it completely revolutionized our understanding of the globe, climate change, habitat modification, and the like. The last one that I think is really, the last thing I'll just briefly mention is we have to get the talent pipeline right. In the most recent AI index, the estimate is less than 1% of AI PhDs go into public service. And government cannot govern AI if it does not understand AI. And so we need to invest in initiatives to build pathways for people to enter public service.
Okay. Probably all our comments will overlap. So Feifei in her talk talked about the trinity that led to the huge AI breakthroughs of data, compute, and neural networks. I mean, that's really effectively also where we should invest, except for we should be investing not in the artificial neural networks that Feifei was referring to, but these even more wonderful biological neural networks that we have sitting in our heads. So to make a couple of comments on that, there's already been extensive mention of community colleges, the state university system, the UC system, and occasional private institutions like the ones that Dan and me come from. And all of those are vital to educating people so that they can participate in these new economic opportunities. But I just wanted to mention a couple of other things that haven't been mentioned so much today. The first is looking at the K-12 sector, and especially once we get to the middle school, high school stage. I mean, there are just huge issues in improving the math and science education that's happening in California schools. There's been a very heated issue of getting people to be able to learn algebra, which is necessary to be opening up the kind of education that you need to be doing artificial neural networks. It's calculus and linear algebra. Those are the skills you need. But I then also want to mention what's sort of a more informal form of education. I mean, you know, those of us at universities think we teach people a lot in classes, but I think actually probably more people learn more about generative AI from open source computer code that you can get out there on the internet, you can start looking at what people have done, you can start playing with it, you can build your own variants. That's such an educational opportunity that we really should be appreciating that much more, and that's part of why open source code is so essential to the future. Okay, so that's the human neural networks. Data, agree with what Dan said. I think, you know, data is complex. There's clearly the problems of privacy. I mean, the US basically has the worst in the world data protections. There's these shady grey markets where all of our private data just gets shipped around and resold from one lot of people to another. So on the one hand, we need to fix some stuff, but on the other hand, we have to realize that lots of people, researchers and just people on the weekend, will work for free if you give them interesting data to work with, as Dan was mentioning. And then finally, compute. Cow compute would be a great idea. We could do so much more for compute. I mean, if you want a statistic to compare with, so Switzerland, it's about a quarter of the size of California. Their current computer cluster is 5,000 P100 GPUs to support public science. They're at the moment just starting to install 10,000 H100 GPUs. I mean, those are quantities of compute that you can't get anywhere in the public space in this state. It's not at Stanford, it's not at Berkeley, certainly not at community colleges. The only place you can get that kind of compute at the moment is in the large tech companies and oversized startups. And we want to even the playing field there.
All right. Lots of good information. Matteo, I want to give you an opportunity because if you want to further address about the type of public investment, but since open source have mentioned, if you want to address that as well, and then from there we're going to go back that way for some additional question, but go ahead.
Sure, yeah, so definitely agree with what Daniel and Chris said about compute data. There are lots of interesting data sets and problems in government that I think a lot of researchers and students would want to work on, and about talent, especially math education, starting early on. It's invaluable. I do think supporting open infrastructure, open source is critical as well. None of today's AI startups that made all the breakthroughs would have been able to do it without open source. They all use Linux, the open source operating system. They all use Python, open source programming language. They all use, among other things, Jupyter, which is, Professor Perez started at UC Berkeley, and other technologies. And you just couldn't do this kind of work without these. And the same will be true for models. Unless you want everyone to be burning lots of carbon, recreating something that we know how to do already, you have to enable that somehow. So I think there are a lot of ways to do this. We'll figure it out. But I think there is a possibility to really make it easier for anyone to innovate. And I think both private sector and public sector need it.
Thank you for the Matteo. How we're doing on time? Do we know? Oh, okay. All right, got it. We're doing good. We're doing good. So with that, again, like the open source question. Thank you for doing that. And earlier when the governors was on the stage, and we heard from Jennifer about their view about open source. So I might wanted to, if anybody wants to jump in on that a little bit, we could spend another minute on the open source conversation on how do open source tools and community developed infrastructure help enable innovation in your perspective, and what challenges do they face at the same time? Maybe I'll just open it up quickly to see if anybody want to talk about that.
Sure. Yeah. So what we want to be supporting is the next generation of startups in the broader ecosystem, and to the people who create those startups are people who have then learned how to do stuff, whether, what I was talking about before, by, spending some time on GitHub and playing around, or going to a university and doing it. And this kind of education company building requires open source. Your chances of succeeding, if you have no knowledge of what other people are doing and what the state of the art is virtually zero. So the companies that we should be thinking about for this is not the Googles or the, for Google, we can say 20 years ago, they were a couple of Stanford kids, and they were depending on open source in a small way, but not the current Google with 80,000 engineers. We should be thinking of the little companies that are starting now. There's the, Replit doing generative AI-assisted coding. There's Perplexity AI doing generative AI search. There's Pika pioneering in generative AI video production. It's all these companies that we want to be supporting for the next generation of prosperity, and they're all extremely, extremely dependent on open source software. And so we want to be encouraging that. Yes, there are risks to open source because when stuff is available, people can use it in bad ways. You know, it's no different to a hammer. You can use a hammer in bad ways, but we don't ban hammers. And in the same way, we shouldn't be banning open source. And so I would encourage people who are involved in government to just be really careful in what kind of legislation is proposed, because many kinds of legislation can be easily handled by a $100 billion corporation, but can't be handled by a few kids doing a startup. And if you're disproportionately undermining the startup ecosystem, you'll be killing the future prosperity of California. I guess if you want a YouTube video recommendation, I really, really like Bill Gurley's talk, 2,851 miles, where the number there was a reference to how far California is from Washington, D.C. So it was focused on national regulation, but he was wanting to emphasize the extent to be how being free of regulation has allowed the California ecosystem to flourish. And once industries enter a period of regulatory capture, then innovation dies. And so I think we want to be very careful about having AI regulation that leads to regulatory capture, which favors the current largest companies. And a lot of the current legislation coming out, I think it's just not actually very thought through, right? It's making various demands that models have to be such that they cannot be retrained for any downstream nefarious purpose. No one knows how to do that. If that's the law, there won't be any AI models available. I think we really need to have much more discussion. You know, yes, there are dangers. Yes, we don't want to have deepfake nudes of high school students, but we want to have regulation that does not, and laws that do not get in the way of innovation and a healthy ecosystem.
I'm going to follow the governor's cue on how to pivot the rest of the conversation away from commenting on the pending legislation side of it, especially for our public official over there. But thank you, Chris, for sharing your thoughts on those.
I think can I make a comment on this?
Yes, maybe the federal official
person,
could.
I feel like I need to defend the role of government, which is to protect society and to protect people. And we've all had this conversation about when there are no guardrails, there are no protections. And so the notion that this should all just let all the flowers bloom with no regard to what values matter in a democratic society, I would push back on that, because I think that's really important. The other thing I would say is there does need to be more communication between what's happening and how people are thinking in Washington and how people are thinking here. And in fact, I would throw out to you a challenge and an offer. At GSA, we often do things called federal advisory committees, and we're going to be setting one of those up for generative AI in the next month or so. So we're going to be looking for folks from academia, from industry, and from inside state and local governments, as well as the federal government, to be part of that so that we can bring all those brains together to talk about what good policy looks like. So anybody interested, go to the Federal Register, sign up to get a ping, and be a part of that.
Thank you, Robin. So this is a really good segue to our final question before we ask the panel to give their closing remarks. Summit like today, with our audience from academia, local, state, federal officials, as well as our legislative branch. I know we have many of the elected officials and their staff are here, is for the very purpose that you want to have diverse view when it comes to what is that innovative or infrastructure, we actually call it an ecosystem, and in the topic of AI, in GenAI specifically, right? So maybe with that, I'll start with Robin, Leanna, and if any of the three panelists here jump in specifically, is that what do you see? I mean, like what type of public-private partnership that is needed for government agencies, academia, industry, civil society to work together to be more effectively in the public interest?
So I will speak to a couple of things on that. One, I think for government people in the room, I think it's important to bear in mind that there is no technology that is coming to save you. You have got to have the people who know how to do any of this stuff be part of it, which means that's about recruiting, that's about upskilling your teams and your talent. We're working at that. We have lots of on-ramps in the government. If anybody wants to be a part of that, please come talk to me. So that's one for the government folks. The other is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. We're all going through this. We have lots of ability to share resources. We're doing that between GSA and the state of California and other states as well. And it just is smart for us to do that. That's a better service to the public. When it comes to industry, I think that the important thing is we need to stop this notion that to selling to the government, by the way, this is what we ask for all the time, black box solutions, right? We know nowadays that most technology is part of it might be built, a purpose built. Part of it might be open source. Part of it might be something else. And you put these systems together. But often in government, we want to buy the solution because we have to call somebody when it breaks. We have to know who's responsible. And so what we need in government is to have more transparency so we can have better interoperability because we haven't had that much in the past. And so in a world now where we need all this data to flow more freely and to have a more seamless experience for our customers, the people we serve, we've got to have that. So that's the number one for industry. And then for academia, I just want to go back to the thank you to the Stanford team for helping with the training, but also the challenge of join these federal advisory committees. We need your ideas to be able to get the policies right and the implementation.
Thank you, Robin. Leanna?
So I've been a public servant my entire adult life. So I started at 18 and fast forward 30 plus years. And I'd say this is, we talk about it being a pivotal point. As I look at out here, when we think about industry, academia, government, both at the federal, state, local level, the governor mentioned that earlier. It's like this is a time where we're all kind of leaning in, and people are actually asking government to come in and regulate. We want to make sure that we're doing things in the right way. And what I love about what the executive order said is about the sandbox. It is truly the opportunity to have that partnership, because what it is creating a safe environment to be able to bring industry, bring government, and we talk about failing fast. We actually do it in a very safe environment that's secure from any other production systems. And we're providing a level, thanks to you and the administration, a level of transparency we've never done on proof of concepts before. Not only are we involving the workforce at the beginning at the requirements, they're monitoring what it's doing, they're looking at the outcomes. We are going to provide a level of transparency to academia and the industry and to other government officials of what is going on when we think about the public health or the transportation or the tax and fee. What we're doing is providing the means to create that partnership. And then we're going to, obviously working with Office of Data Innovation, looking at how do we write a case study? How do we continue to improve? And you heard from the governor, there's 3 more coming up. So where is it that we can bring people together and be able to move something forward? And it's okay if it didn't give us the outcome that we thought it was going to give us. That's a learning opportunity. I don't know about you, but I learn more from things that I didn't do right than sometimes the things that I have. So this is just a pivotal point in our careers that we can really make a difference. And I just feel like the sandbox is a means to help us partner. And then obviously, working with federal government and on community, AI communities of practice is very, very important because we want to make sure we get the policies correct.
That's right. Thank you, Leanna. Maybe Daniel, briefly.
Well, I love the fact that, Administrator, you mentioned the role of federal advisory committees. I serve on 2 of them. One of them is the National AI Advisory Committee. I do think that is a fantastic way in which people can be much more engaged and understand and bridge the sort of technical and policy gap that often exists. The question about private partnerships, I at least want to note one other possibility, though, rather than just serving in an advisory capacity. And I guess the historical analogy I'll use is another time when government was threatened by just being overwhelmed. And that is at the tail end of World War II, there were 16 million overseas veterans returning to the country. And the fear was that the VA hospital system would be incapable of actually caring for the wounded. And there was a brilliant intervention, a 3-page legal memorandum crafted in 1946 that set the path for all VA medical centers to partner with academic medical institutions. That completely changed the pipeline. Annually, there are 40,000 medical residents, 20,000 medical students that serve in the VA. It catalyzed basic research and was a completely different model for how to actually transform the VA. And that is the kind of model that we need for AI. At Stanford's Reg Lab and at Stanford High, we partner with government agencies really to prototype exactly what that kind of public-private partnership model could look like. And I think there are some very concrete existing interventions that move us along in that way. One of them that I'll just point out is that California, unlike the federal government, doesn't have a mechanism like the Intergovernmental Personnel Act. And we're really happy that State Senator Padilla has actually introduced some enabling legislation, which has been a vehicle really to build up exactly these kinds of public-private partnerships.
Thank you for that. And just mindful of time, I'm going to ask the panel to go ahead and do a 30 seconds to call to action on what would you like and what would you hope to see that as we continue to build out a leadership role in GenAI, what you like to see in our innovation ecosystem. Maybe I'll start with you, Matea, from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, California is doing a lot of things well. I would love to see more engagement with the academic, technical community on things. The problem with AI is everyone has a notion of what it is from the movies, from science fiction books, but it's not actually that. And I think unless you dive into the details, it can be hard to tell what it is. So that's the one thing. I think that obviously there are good use cases, bad use cases. Many of the bad ones are already illegal today, but also I think it helps to really debate and understand what the technology actually can do.
I've spoken plenty. I'll give Dan my 30 seconds.
I wasn't prepared for that. I find myself often in rooms where there are policy folks who propose things that are technically impossible, or people propose technical solutions that are flat out illegal. That's the conversation, I think, Matea, that you would like to have to bridge that.
Or politically impossible.
Or politically impossible. Right. And that's why these bridges are so necessary. And that's why I think really the real investment here is that California has top-rate universities, colleges, and academic agency partnerships are really going to be critical to getting this innovation ecosystem right, because so many of those advances are being made in sort of basic research in AI, and we need to have a kind of closer connection and pipeline and pathways into public service.
I second all of that. Pathways into public service. That's what we need. We have to have the talent in government to be able to help get this right. And I think there is a role for government to play. I think it is not the only role. I think we need to figure out how to let innovation flourish, but we have to do it in a way that protects our values in a democratic society. There is no doubt that folks in not democratic societies will figure this out. They already have. They have figured out how to use all of these tools in ways that actually deliver pretty good service for their people. But there's a price. And we, as an open democratic society, have chosen to have things look different. And so I do think that is the challenge of this moment, is how, because I don't think anybody's cracked that code yet. But I think we have the opportunity to, and if by working together, I think we can.
Well, twofold. First is don't let this be the last time we all get together. Would you all agree we need to do this again?
No.
Okay. And then I know I talked about the executive order a lot just because I think I breathe, sleep, and eat the executive order right now. But one thing we hadn't really delved into is really the equity and the vulnerable populations. So, someone that spent the last year working on California's digital equity plan and the digital divide, we do not want to be in a situation where this compounds and creates a bigger divide. And so as we think about vulnerable populations, as we think of marginalized communities, how can we use this technology to build the bridges? Is it, as we think about academia and industry and government, someone who is a technologist and have the privilege of having technology in most of her life, not everyone does. There are still college students showing up to college, community college even, and they have no computer. Or when they were at home, they had to share a computer amongst family members. Or you have a group of individuals that can't even afford internet because, so a community, they have one household that pays for the internet and everyone goes to that house and they sign up. How do we make sure we do no harm and that what we're doing as a society is that we are embracing and understanding and bringing everyone along? And so I feel like as a part of our next our reach is bringing in those community-based organizations to the conversation and making sure that we're hearing from everyone. I feel like that would be the next call of action from me.
Excellent. Round of applause for our esteemed panel here. Definitely echo that this should not be the last conversation. This should be only the beginning of this level of public-private partnership as we continue to figure out what is that right answer in looking at the Gen AI in our society. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Start our last session of the day. Please take your seat, please. Please take your seat for our last session of the day. Thank you. Great. For our last session, we'll have three incredible leaders from Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, Stanford University, and UC Berkeley to close out the day, to share some of the reflections. So please join me in welcome Didi Myers, Senior Advisor to the Governor and the Director of GoBiz, Rich Lyons, the incoming Chancellor of UC Berkeley, and Jonathan Levin, the incoming President of Stanford University.
Oh, hey, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you, Daniel, and thanks everybody for hanging in there through the end of this long but very stimulating day. It's not often that we get to bring together so many leaders from academia and government and labor and philanthropy and institutions that are driving conversations about a really important topic, a genre-changing, life-changing topic of artificial intelligence. We started today's gathering, which we've been planning for a while, and with the great help of the Berkeley and Stanford teams, to do a couple of things: to strengthen and deepen the connections across academia, industry, civil society, and government, to engage in timely discussions about how the state can use GenAI to benefit all Californians, and to identify new opportunities to leverage emerging GenAI innovations and partner for next steps. And I think we've come a long way. I think we've made great progress on each of those. So very grateful for everybody's participation. It's, of course, only fitting that the first of its kind summit like this would be here in California. We are the epicenter of AI globally. As we heard the governor say, 35 of the top 50 companies in the space are here. I think they're all in about a 6-block radius in San Francisco. We're the source of a quarter of all AI patents, conference papers, and companies globally. I mean, think of that, and most of them, again, are right here in the Bay Area. And the Bay Area was the recipient of more than 50% of all global venture funding for AI-related startups in 2023, more than $27 billion total, and that was a 50% increase from just the year before. So things are moving really, really fast. Of course, we have the world-renowned higher education institutes, including UC Berkeley's College of Computing, Data Science, and Society, Jennifer, and Stanford University's Institute of Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, co-hosting today's event. So many thanks to you and to the teams, and to Meredith, to all that we put you through. And we had a great conversation with Governor Newsom and Feifei and Jennifer. I don't know who was interviewing who, but it was a really stimulating, fantastic, and interesting conversation that I think, again, showed why we are the epicenter and why you both are so important in leading this. I think it's really important that we try to figure out how to carry forward the momentum from today's conversation. And so to help us close out that session, we have two incredibly distinguished leaders here who are both about to start challenging but really exciting opportunities. John Levin as the as the president of Stanford, and then of course Rich Lyons as the incoming chancellor of UC Berkeley. So congratulations to both of you. You both start in a matter of weeks.
Thank you.
So thank you for taking time out of your incredibly busy schedules to be here and to share your insights about that and how we can advance these partnerships that we started talking about today. You both spent a lot of time at the institutions that you are about to lead, and just wondering, as you think about that, what do you think the potential, I mean, coming from the academic side of things, what is the potential for partnerships like this to drive, advance the industry, to advance the sector, not so much the industry, but the sector and the technology? And why is it so important that we continue to have conversations just beyond the gates of the campus? And we'll start with you, Dean Levin.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you all for putting this on, and it's great to see such a big audience. And it's so important that we have events like this to bring together the academic strength of California with the government and civil society. And wonderful to have us. Thank you, Didi, and honored to do this with you, Rich. It's a pleasure. I think the first thing to understand about the way for us within universities is to recognize that the technology has been advanced just in the recent years is going to touch everywhere in the university. Mm-hmm. It's going to transform many different areas of scientific discovery far beyond the computer science department and the engineering school. It's going to touch areas like climate modeling, like drug discovery, like material science, the social sciences, as we heard a little bit in the prior session, and education. And it's probably too early to really see the full consequence for education, but I mean, AI is, if you think about what we fundamentally teach students at university and throughout a lot of the educational system, it's about how do you take a lot of information and distill it down and be able to articulate it in a structured, coherent way, make logical arguments, and AI systems are already pretty good at that. And so it's just the effects are gonna be huge, and it's so important that here in California, we're at the forefront of it, and having the government, the state government fully behind it is gonna be incredibly important to our efforts and for sure to riches.
Important question. Let me also thank the audience. Thinking about the first principles, like what is the why of these institutions, right? These are two of society's most valuable institutions. I think that's
yes, you're here.
That's safe to say.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of obligations in the stewardship that we're all involved in at some level or another. And when you go to the kernel, the core why of these mission statements, phrases like, this is certainly true, it's explicitly true for the University of California, the core why is long-term societal benefit. That's what it is. And the profoundly important hows are teaching, research, and service, public service. And so as we kind of think about that question through that lens, it's sort of like, is this mission advancing? One of the things that we notice at both of these two institutions and others is that we're both economists. We are integrating downstream. We are much more connected with industry than we used to be in very productive ways. Now you have to do that in ways that protect your values and your mission and other things. But the idea that we toss science over the door and it gets implemented, that has changed so much. And just one other quick comment. We started the day early on, Bridget, one of the students that many of you got to see. As we think about AI's role in helping to affect the cognitive shift among our students from they do that to I do that. Right? We talk a lot about education as, part of our job is people come in, you can't be what you can't see, and part of our job is to help them see futures that they can't see yet. What is AI's role within these educational institutions at helping people think, see futures in themselves that they haven't seen yet? So there are many layers to this, right, but they go right to the mission of our institutions.
Yeah, and one of the there's so much to unpack here, but one of the things that really jumped out at me today was when Jennifer said that 25% of the students graduating from Berkeley in May graduated from the one-year-old College of Computing, Data Science, and Society, right? But not all of them are computer scientists and not all of them are mathematicians. They are coming from all over, right?
Yes.
So how does that fundamentally change the way you think about how you structure education and factor AI into it, whatever it is? I mean, if people are studying, health sciences, there's an AI role.
Well, it's an important question. I'll start on this one, but when you think about the role of AI in science, right? I mean, people that are doing health science and biology, and they're saying, do you know how much more rapidly we're going to be able to create Cas proteins that apply CRISPR? Sort of like, somebody said to me recently, it's like, we were talking about a tech transfer deal, and it's like, take the deal. Because the economic appropriability of licenses and patents around CRISPR molecules is shortening fast. That's a really interesting scientific statement, right? And so that's AI as applied to science, and it's like right now, and it's really important. So we see that in our scientists. People have talked a lot about the humanists and the humanities and the social sciences. It's like, how are we going to guide all of this, right? With the urgency of our humanists and social scientists has gone up, not down. So I think it's, in some ways, it's widening, not narrowing. So many of the students that are majoring in CDSS are also doing a double major or, a major or a minor that's broadening them.
Yeah. John, will it be required? Will study of AI be required for almost all majors in the future?
It's a good question. I I mean, I'm not a huge fan in general of having an enormous amount of requirements because they tend to be hard to teach and students hate them.
Or people think they have to get some in order to function.
Well, I mean, we're so early in this whole evolution of the technology, but in a few years, we're all going to be using it. It's just going to be sort of part of the way people interact with the world, whether it's through search engines or the software we use or through other applications, applying for something through your agency, for example. And so people are going to develop a lot of the facility to interact with AI systems naturally, and the AI systems are going to get better at interacting with people so that they make it easier and easier. You don't necessarily, I mean, there is a question. If you look forward not 2 or 3 years or 5 years, but if you look forward 10 or 15 years, how much specialized engineering, computational, data science knowledge you will need to be able to use these types of systems. The whole breakthrough in these systems is that they interact in natural language, not in computer code. And that makes them more accessible to other people. So if you were to project forward and say, what are the skills that will be valued, which will be the hardest to automate skills, which will be the skills that students should be preparing for today to be prepared for 20 years in the future, is it computer coding? Yeah, you can make an argument it's computer coding, but it might also be English literature, which was what I studied as an undergraduate. It might be it's critical thinking, the skills that have always been important in education. And so I actually think the best advice for college students today is still much as it's always been, which is the fundamental strength of the U.S. higher education system is that we provide a broad liberal education to the students. They touch many different disciplines and areas of knowledge, and I think taking advantage of that as a student, whether you're at Berkeley, whether you're at Stanford, that's still the best advice for students, and I think it still will be in 10 or 15 years.
Yeah. Now, you guys are both economists. One of the other things that came up during the conversation with the governor was the different roles that the public and private sectors will play in the evolution of AI. And obviously, we come together because the governor issued an executive order that asked the state to figure out how AI could benefit the people of California through the state government, but obviously the implications are so much broader. But what are the different roles, and how should we be thinking about that?
You want to take the first crack at that?
It's a big and good question, and it touches on so many areas of science and the academy. I think, look, if you looked at research, we're both heavily dependent on public funding, whether it's federal or California, right? So people would call you a private university and us a public university. But if you actually drill into the data, it doesn't, the financing doesn't look that different. And so at the end of the day, we could talk about the funding of fundamental science, and that's terribly important. I think, for on the public side, though, we are doing our best to get more and more interoperable with the public sector, right? It's sort of like, we're pushing a little harder. We're both social scientists, right? So that how do we make sure those papers that we're getting written are kind of changing the world? Long-term societal impact. Right? If that's the mission, we started with first principles. If that's the mission, then it doesn't mean that a great faculty member, fundamental researcher, has to take her or his work and get it into the policy world. But it's part of our job as an institution to increase the likelihood that that happens. And that's a really important part of delivering on our mission. And if somebody said, no, the deep why is research, teaching, and service, as opposed to long-term societal benefit, you actually get different answers to that question.
They're symbiotic. The private sector innovation and academic innovation are symbiotic. If you started by saying that we're in the epicenter of global innovation, and we are, how did we become the global epicenter of innovation here in the Bay Area and in the state of California? It was basically three things. It was the federal government's decision to invest enormously in science and technology after World War II because of the recognition that for the US to be a leader in the world, we had to be a leader in science and technology. Second, it was our universities. Berkeley was maybe foremost among them because it was out in front with big science, with Lawrence and others, and then Stanford was the most aggressive in getting into it after World War II. Universities brought to that equation interdisciplinary talent. Talent from across many, many disciplines, agglomerated in a single place so that ideas could be germinated. And the third was a great business environment that basically created an entrepreneurial ecosystem that allowed ideas to flow out of the university and then be capitalized and scaled, and then new questions to flow back in. And that is an incredible recipe. And that's basically the recipe that we need to have in AI, as in other areas of innovation as well. In the current environment in AI, what many people are seeing right now is that universities are far behind the private sector in the resources that we can bring to bear. Stanford's biggest computer cluster has less than 1,000 GPUs. OpenAI has 100,000 GPUs. Right. I mean, this is a minnow and a whale right now in terms of the resources we're bringing to bear. And so one question is, how are we going to close that gap enough to be competitive in order to have good ideas? And also in the long run, how can we move things in a direction where the technology goes so that the scarce resource is people and talent, and that's what universities can bring to bear, as opposed to just dollars and GPUs, which we'll try to do our best to get, but it's going to be hard for us to do that at the same way that Google can.
Yeah. So can you compete then with sort of leveraging the value that you create? Right. I mean, that's something that we think about all the time. How can we make sure that the people who are funding public universities, or that the federal dollars that go into private, or state dollars that go into private universities, how do we make sure that the people who are providing those dollars can extract some of the value from what comes out?
Well,
good question. Rich can take that one.
It is. Look, well, we as a society need to fund our fundamental research. Yeah. Whether we're talking about Stanford or we're talking about Berkeley, the seat of the preeminence of these two institutions is fundamental research, period. I mean, we can't forget that. And we have to keep that engine running. And that's what feeds a lot of the open source and other things people have been talking about all day, right? And so I think ultimately then the question is, like, how do we fund that? Now for us, we still get important funding from the state of California to help do that. But to go back to your question, it's sort of like, here's the key question in my mind. How do we, Stanford too, how do we participate more in the economic value we create and use it to feed that fundamental research engine that society so needs, and is really only coming from institutions like ours and other institutions that are like ours, right? But industry isn't doing a lot of that real fundamental research. And that's an important question. And part of how we are doing it is, how do we, in ways that are values consistent for Stanford and Berkeley, get some equity upside in some of these things. And there are very new ways to do that. It's not just when you license to a startup, are you negotiating for an equity position, right? We've been doing that for 20 years. But what 7 or 8 or 9 other ways that are values consistent? Can we participate in the nonlinear upside so we can drive that fundamental research engine going forward? There's a lot of running room there.
Yeah.
I'll just add to that I think that Rich said something that I just want to draw out about the consistent with the values of academic institutions, which I think is really important. I mean, if you look at our 2 universities, we've produced so many of there is a difference between innovation that happens within academic institutions like Stanford and Berkeley and in the private sector. And the biggest difference is that the most important principle, the defining value for American academic institutions, is openness. That we are open to people of all different types, from all around the world, that we are open to different ideas, and that we give away our ideas openly. And that is different than the private sector, and we can benefit from the upside of the innovation, like Rich is saying, that's important, but we have to do it in a way that preserves that fundamental value of openness, because that is really our defining characteristic. It distinguishes us from universities in many other parts of the world.
Right.
And so we have to figure out ways to navigate that in this,
right,
area of opportunity that Rich has highlighted.
And I think that's true of California's culture more more broadly too, right? There's an openness here. So you have these great institutions that are open, but there's also a culture surrounding them, right, that brings people here, that's created this incredible ecosystem of innovation and new companies and things like that. So as we're closing down, this is the very last thoughts of this conference. What makes you what advice do you have for the state, as a public actor, in partnering with you, and what makes you optimistic as you look ahead as we build on what's all happened today?
Well, I think that, there's been a lot of discussion, even today, about some of the risks involved with AI, and they are significant. We want to think really carefully about the future, and the state has an important role to play there in thinking about regulation and so forth. But this is an incredible area and has incredible potential for advances in knowledge, to accelerate the pace of innovation in so many different fields, to just lead to discoveries that we can't even imagine, and to help more students get educated in better ways. And California can and will be at the absolute frontier of that. And both our universities and the state government have a really important role to play in that. And I think working together is how we'll get there. We'll be ahead, and we'll show the way for everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. I completely agree. I think for me, what comes to mind, so May 8th was UC Day in Sacramento. And I and a bunch of other people were there. And we saw scientific presentations that were remarkable. But what stands out in my mind is when we met with legislators, they were interested in the science. They were asking us questions about the science, about AI, about quantum. It's like, what about this? What about that? And it's like, yeah, well, what else are they going to ask you about? No, then they followed up. They met with us at Berkeley. 2 of them came to Berkeley. I mean, I won't mention names, but it's like they were engaged, right? We need to do this together, right? And that's part of why this convening is happening. But there was so much energy around the science and around what we do as institutions that excited me greatly.
Yeah. Well, thank you both so much for being here. Go ahead. And we know we'll be working with you both going forward as you lead these incredible institutions that are so important to not just our state, but to the entire world. So grateful for that. So before we wrap things up, I also want to thank a few other people, Kathy Kwan, Alan Eustace, and the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation for philanthropic seed funding to UC Berkeley, CDSS, and Stanford HAI to enable the summit. So thank you for that. And to the California Council on Science and Technology, Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, the Caper Foundation, the Oma Dyer Network, and the San Francisco Foundation for in-kind support and collaboration. Really just so grateful to all the partners and everybody's hard work in getting us here today. So those of you who are still with us on the live stream, thank you for joining us. And for those of you who are still here, let's meet on the roof for a reception. So thank you all very much.